the magical dragon tries to summon a goddess with miraculous beauty and healing powers. But instead of the goddess, Kim Oh-jin appears dazed and confused. He assumes he must be dead and starts recalling his past life. Vet school is brutal. He gets scolded non-stop. Finally earns his veterinary license, then grinds through 3 underpaid years while taking care of abandoned pets. After endless struggles, our boy finally opens a small clinic, but it barely survives. Customers are basically none, and even the lights on his signboard have gone out. One night, as Oh-jin lies in bed, reflecting on his miserable situation and overwhelming debt, he hears a strange sound. Before he can even react, our boy suddenly finds himself in a cave, surrounded by treasures and a radiant summoning circle. He's sure he's ended up in hell, so he demands to know why he's been brought there. The dragon explains it summoned him to treat its pet, expecting a terrifying monster. Our boy is stunned when the dragon opens its claws to reveal a small, weakly sleeping fruit bat named Catulus. Serving the frail, dehydrated bat, Oh-jin right away snaps into professional mode, asking about its name, symptoms, and how long the dragon has cared for it. Proudly, the dragon says he has owned Catulus for a week, ever since keeping pets became popular among dragons. Remembering his disdain for those who adopt pets on a whim, our boy asks if Catulus has been eating properly. The dragon confidently replies that he feeds it fresh animal blood, assuming the bat has a refined palate. Stunned, Oh-jin lowers his head in disbelief, recognizing this as his least favorite kind of owner, those who know nothing about their pets. Frustrated, he informs the dragon that fruit bats don't drink blood. Only vampire bats do. Catulus, he explains, has been starving for a week. Embarrassed, the dragon admits it's his first time keeping a bat. Oh-jin scolds him for not researching beforehand, and points out that the cave's freezing temperature could be fatal if the bat wakes from hibernation. Not long after, the dragon protests that he is an ice dragon, but our boy sternly insists that this environment is still unsuitable for a bat. Feeling remorseful, the dragon lowers his head and apologizes to Catulus, promising to get fruit right away and return the bat to its original home. Grateful for Oh-jin's help, the dragon offers to grant him a wish. As a token of thanks, he jokingly asks to be reincarnated as a rich Arab prince or a villainous heir. Confused by the odd request, the dragon removes his necklace and gives it to Oh-jin, explaining that it is a magical pendant, capable of granting any wish, provided it is not fueled by ill intent. As the pendant starts to glow, our boy concludes he must be in the afterlife. Just before vanishing, he quickly wishes to return to the early days of Bitcoin. The dragon watches as Oh-jin disappears, then hurries to prepare fruit for Catulus, still puzzled by the strange goddess he had summoned.
Moments later,
our boy finds himself standing in a bustling street, filled with people, noise, and the aroma of food. Still bewildered, he wonders if this is reincarnation or possession. A fruit seller, noticing his odd attire, asks if he is a traveler, and explains that he is in the Belmore region, famous for its inns and markets. Before he can even respond, chaos erupts as a giant rabbit charges down the street, devouring fallen carrots. People scream and scatter, but Oh-jin remains frozen, marveling at the sight of a monster roaming freely among people. The fruit seller warns him that it's Lord Belmore's pet, and urges him to run. Then Oh-jin spots a small girl crying in front of the rabbit. Meanwhile, no hesitation, our boy rushes forward, grabs her, and pulls her away, just before the creature can reach her. As the rabbit lunges again, his pendant glows, and a blue leash materializes around it. The crowd gasps, murmuring that he must be a wizard. The fruit seller, clutching her sister, says that our boy doesn't look like an ordinary traveler. Lord Belmore soon arrives, furious to see his pet restrained. Next, Oh-jin explains that the rabbit nearly attacked a child, but Belmore refuses to believe it. Losing patience, our boy snaps that the worst pet owners are those who ignore their pet's faults, warning that the rabbit's bite could easily crush a skull. The fruit seller and her sister exchange approving glances at his candor. Examining the rabbit more closely, Oh-jin notices its ears and realizes it's a domestic rabbit, suffering from stress and overfeeding. When he questions its behavior, Belmore admits that the rabbit Elizabeth often pulls out her own fur. Ojin explains that such stress could be fatal, and advises against taking her into crowded places. When Belmore asks about exercise, our boy suggests letting her move freely at home, and discourages spoiling her. Meanwhile, shocked and ashamed, Belmore tears up, admitting that people ridicule him for raising a rabbit. But Ojin clearly understands animals better than anyone else. Belmore summons his butler, gives Ogin a pouch of coins, and asks him to check on Elizabeth from time to time. After apologizing to his pet, he leaves with her, while our boy grumbles under his breath that he won't be visiting this place again. Just then people gather around, cheering and praising Ogin's bravery. The fruit seller thanks him for saving her stall, and offers him a discount. But when our boy explains he has no money, she points to the pouch, opening it. He discovers gold coins, and bites one to confirm it's real. Realizing it is, our boy smiles faintly, thinking that perhaps he can finally open another clinic here and pay off his debts from the human world. Ogin thanks all the interviewers who have come for the job selection, and half-amused says that he hopes one of them will be chosen. He then announces it's time to begin the interview, calling it a game of life and death. Briefly, our boy's thoughts drift to Lord Belmore, who had generously offered land and money when Ojin decided to settle down in this new place. Thanks to that support, the second branch of his pet clinic opens without trouble. Lord Belmore even prepares a shop for him, though it's oddly stocked with rabbit supplies. Still, our boy doesn't mind. After all, it's free, and his connection with Belmore already seems invaluable. Business soon takes over Ohen's days, but he realizes he knows very little about this world, especially about the dragon who brought him here. Meanwhile, that creature had promised to send him home, only to abandon him in this strange land. Determined to find answers, our boy decides to post a notice outside his new shop. Animal hospital hiring staff. Maybe he'll find someone who can manage both assistant and technician duties. When interviews begin, Ojin sits upright, studying the line of applicants. The first candidate, Thomas, proudly discusses his noble background, strict father and gentle mother. Our boy listens for a moment, but soon grows weary of the man's self-importance. The next candidate, Philip, claims his family has been in the animal business for generations. This sounds promising at first, until he reveals they run a butcher shop. That's enough for Ogon to mentally cross him off the list. Apparently, finding normal people in this world is more challenging than expected. The third candidate steps forward, a man with a pale, tense expression and eyes that spell trouble.
Moments later,
our boy reminds himself not to judge by appearances, but his patience snaps when the man suddenly throws himself to the floor, begging to be hired. That seals it. Ojin decides he will absolutely judge people by how they look from now on, before he can even respond. A young woman steps out from the line of applicants. Next, without a word, she punches the man in the face, sending him flying across the room. She introduces herself as Selena, a roaming animal expert with experience in basic treatments. Her confidence and composure leave a strong impression, so Ojin hires her on the spot. Now, the next afternoon, our boy sits inside his cozy new clinic, basking in the warm sunlight streaming through the window. It's already noon and Selena still hasn't shown up. Maybe he hired too hastily again. He debates whether to post another job notice, when there's a knock at the door. Expecting his new assistant, he opens it, only to find an unfamiliar man standing there. Minutes later, the man is seated comfortably, sipping tea while Ojin smiles politely. Inside, though, our boy is celebrating. He's finally gotten his first customer, marking the first step toward paying off his debts. He thinks back to his previous clinic, the one that failed due to his short temper. Next, he vividly remembers snapping at a customer who refused to brush their dog's teeth, yelling until his reputation as a rude and insane vet spread like wildfire. This time, however, Ojin resolves to smile, stay calm, and charm money right out of his clients' wallets. Returning to the present, he asks about the man's pet.
Moments later,
the stranger grins and points to his pocket, revealing a small lizard named Pojak. Our boy is almost relieved. It appears to be a normal creature for once, rather than one of the bizarre animals that usually populate this world. Next, that relief is short-lived, when the man casually admits to grabbing its tail, until it fell off. Oyen fights the urge to scold him, and shifts his focus to the lizard. He carefully examines Pojak, and notices its skin is dry and red, clear signs of improper shedding. When he mentions this, the man warns that Pojak can be aggressive. Almost right away, the little creature proves him right, by spitting a burst of fire straight at our boy. Before Ojin can react, Selena bursts through the door and knocks him aside, saving him from the attack. The flames scorch the wall behind them. Dazed and bleeding slightly from his mouth, Ojin grumbles that getting hit might have been less painful. As he regains his composure, he realizes his first patient at the new branch is a salamander, a fire-breathing lizard that can't be handled barehanded. He wonders if the clinic even has anything fireproof. Meanwhile, the man gazes dreamily at Selena, calling her beautiful while she questions him about where he found the creature. Now he proudly explains he picked it up from the mountain behind the village, claiming it was love at first sight. Selena tells him that keeping a salamander is illegal, as they are endangered due to overhunting. Still, she reassures him that if they claim to be holding it temporarily for medical treatment, the authorities will likely overlook it, as long as he releases the animal afterward. But the man clutches Pojak tightly, his eyes filling with tears, and refuses to let go. Just then he bolts for the door, shouting that no one can separate him from his beloved salamander. Ajin stands in disbelief, staring at the open doorway. Right after that, Selena hesitates for a moment, before our boy snaps at her to go after him. And just like that, the clinic's very first examination turns into a ridiculous chase through town. A fitting beginning to another unpredictable chapter in Ajin's new life. The fruit stall lady, who had just been humming about how peaceful things felt without the Lord Reverend's constant interference, quickly realizes that peace never lasts. She ducks behind her stall as the chaos sweeps by, deciding it's best to remain uninvolved. The man darts through the crowd, clutching something tightly to his chest, with desperate determination, while our boy follows, out of breath but unwilling to give up. The stall lady watches the chaos and murmurs that whatever is happening, it's not her concern. The fleeing man grumbles in a panic about people trying to steal Pojak from him. Our boy and Selena continue the chase, until exhaustion finally slows them down. Catching her breath, she says that Ojin could use more exercise, then refocuses on the salamander's urgent condition. He admits the creature's molt has layered dangerously, and requires immediate help. Selena's expression hardens as she recalls the risk.
Moments later,
a salamander that fails to molt will eventually erupt, its inner fire destroying everything nearby. There's no time to rest. They must find the creature before disaster strikes. Meanwhile, believing he's safe, the man returns home relieved. He places Pojak on the table, calling it fate that they're together. His euphoria quickly transforms into artistic inspiration as he starts to sing, letting a strange melody fill the air. Just then, panic replaces his creative mood, when Pojak body trembles and bursts into flames. In moments, his home is engulfed in fire. Coughing amid the smoke, the man tries to reason with the salamander, reaching out as though affection could calm the blaze. Pojak answers with another fiery blast, the flames growing even fiercer. Selena arrives just in time to drag the man to safety, while our boy braces himself against the heat, dead set on restrain the creature gone wild. He really thinks a fire extinguisher would be useful. Right about now, then, his pendant glows. When the light fades, Ogin finds exactly that in his hand. There's no time to question this miracle. He rushes forward, dousing the flames, until the salamander's resistance fades, and the room falls quiet, save for the faint hiss of steam. As the fire dies away, Selena checks their surroundings. Meanwhile, the man sits amid the ruins, muttering that the rampage must have been caused by the failed malt. He insists he'll care for Pojak better next time, his tone clinging to misplaced affection. Our boy regards him quietly, wondering if the man has any idea what true care means. Love without understanding. Ojin thinks is just selfishness dressed up as devotion. Later in the forest, Pojak has finally molted. Not long after, Selena notes how much livelier it looks, while our boy stares at its size in disbelief. The man gazes at the salamander with bittersweet pride, murmuring that it's time to let it return to the wild. He watches as Pojak disappears among the trees, whispering promises of care and remembrance that no creature could possibly understand. Ogen rolls his eyes at the sentiment, thinking this will only bring more trouble. But the man barely notices. In his own mind, this farewell is noble. The moment unexpectedly turns tender, as Pajak pauses on a distant rock and releases a massive fireball into the sky. The flames bloom into radiant fireworks, painting dusk in brilliant color. The man stares upward, overcome with emotion, while our boy quietly acknowledges that the treatment at last is complete. Days later, the same man reappears in the town square, now calling himself Roya. He plays guitar beside the fountain, children dancing around him, as he sings an eccentric tune about Ogen's adventures. The song spreads like wildfire, lifting the spirits of everyone who hears it. Selena observes from afar, half amused, while our boy stands beside her, unimpressed but faintly curious. When he notices people talking about bringing their pets to him, Ogen even finds himself praising Roya's singing. Soon after, the consequences arrive. Outside Ogen's pet clinic, a crowd forms so large it blocks the entire street. Dozens shout his name, demanding treatment and desperate for attention. Our boy sits frozen, realizing his quiet days are over. Selena, eyeing the endless line, grumbles that she might as well resign. Amid the clamor and confusion, Ojin realizes their little clinic has quite accidentally become the busiest place in town. It's a regular morning, birds chirping outside Oyen's clinic. As a long line of people gathers at the door, he finishes examining a patient and lets them know the session is over, advising a follow-up to check progress. Selena stands beside him, commenting that, at this rate, he'll become a corpse before next week, and should earn while he can. Our boy calls for the next patient, reflecting on how it's been 2 months since opening, and the second clinic is thriving, thanks in part to those cheerful morning birds. The first few days were rough with so many customers, but after seeing the earnings, things settled down. A customer pokes their head in and asks if they're still open. Selena right away says they're closed, but Ogon lets the person in anyway. While treating the patient, our boy reflects on what he's learned about this world. Outside, people chat about their pets. One mentions Coco hasn't been eating well. Another points out a cat's bloodshot eye. Dogs and cats remain close to humans here, though their illnesses can be quite different. Later, Ojin stretches, remarking that the day has been exhausting. Selena informs him the next case is the last. Curious, he asks what animal it is, and Selena explains it's a shaman, once used for hunting, now popular pets, but aggressive toward anyone except their owners, leading to the highest abandonment rate. Our boy grumbles that people who buy pets just to follow trends ought to disappear. He recalls hearing that shamans can grow as tall as a person's torso, with claws and teeth sharp enough to pierce a wild boar's hide. Selena warns him to be careful. Meanwhile, the next customer presents a shaman pup, visibly exhausted and only 2 months old. The owner explains it's been limping since yesterday. Ogen examines the leg, noting a puppy this age should have healthy joints. Checking the paw, he finds a thorn lodged in it, removes it with tweezers, disinfects the wound, and assures them it will heal. The little shaman wobbles around, and our boy watches quietly while Selena glances over, mildly curious as the owner leaves. Ogen sigh in relief, saying the day is finally over. Selena observes that he looked happy. He seems puzzled when she asks whether it's because the puppy was cute or because his shift has ended. Selena teases that it's rare to see him happy for reasons other than money. Ajin replies that none of today's patients were seriously injured and explains that the hardest part of being a vet is seeing sick animals. The more he cares, the more it hurts, so he tries to remain detached. His thoughts wander to a customer from his old world, someone who left their pet for an extra month. While vacationing, our boy recalls greeting them sharply, and realizes that since then, he started scolding guardians more often. As closing time approaches, Selena notes it's getting dark. Ogen mentions the large number of customers, and urges her to move faster before sunset. Just then, the same man from the interview appears outside. Calling for help, Ogen turns to Selena, asking if she can handle exorcisms. She responds that maybe she could, if physical attacks actually worked on spirits. Next, the man bursts in, grabs our boy and drags him out through the window, leaving Selena speechless. Later in the forest, Owen lies on the ground while the man apologizes, repeatedly insisting he didn't expect our boy to be so out of shape, that he couldn't climb a hill. Owen demands to know who he is. Realizing this isn't a ghost, the man introduces himself as Schwein, an administrative civil servant for the territory, and explains he brought our boy there after hearing about his talent for calming the lords. Rabbit Schwein asks him to catch a stray dog. Ogen refuses, arguing he's a vet, not an animal rescuer. Selena, peering nearby, adds pointedly that they're not a rescue team. Schwein insists they're the only hope left, explaining that 2 months ago, the stray took over a spot in the middle of the mountain, right where their new trail construction is set to begin. They've tried to catch it, but the dog is too fast, and construction starts the day after tomorrow. If they can't capture it, troops will be sent, and the animal will be killed on sight. Our boy falls silent, before finally asking where the dog is now, clarifying he's never captured animals, and only wants to observe first. Schwein agrees, saying it's a bit further up the mountain. Ogen reminds him he hasn't agreed yet, he's just there to take a look. Not long after, Selena, with a knowing smile, says that he's definitely going to end up doing it. At the site, Schwein points out where the stray usually stays. Just then a noise catches their attention, and a shaman emerges from the shadows. Ogen recognizes it at once, while Selena notes that many people raise shamans, but just as many end up abandoning them. Many people keep shamans these days, because it has become a trend, yet most end up neglected and forgotten. Not long after, when Ogen observes the state of the shaman before him, he can tell it has been surviving alone for nearly 2 months, and probably hasn't eaten properly that entire time. Just then a strange sound echoes from the forest, startling everyone. Assuming it to be some sort of monster, our boy turns toward the noise, just as the shaman lets out a piercing shriek, and lunges at him. Selena swiftly steps in, pulling our boy out of harm's way, and warning that it's dangerous to stay so close. Not long after, Ogen says that turning your back and running from an enraged dog is the worst possible reaction. Next, while Selena retorts that doing nothing would just let the animal tear them apart. Then our boy explains that running will only provoke the creature further. They need to find a way to divert its focus. Before he can finish his thought, the shaman unexpectedly goes still. Everyone freezes, stunned by the sudden calm, and our boy wonders aloud why it stopped. He recalls Schwein describing the animal as a hunting dog, and points out that such a creature, if truly angered, wouldn't retreat so easily. Yet right before their eyes, the shaman quietly wanders back into the forest. Selena grumbles that no one can truly grasp what goes on in a dog's mind. Meanwhile, Schwein explains how the creature often chases people away, its behavior having become such a nuisance that villagers from the nearby settlement send in constant complaints. As Ocean listens, he sinks into thought before curiosity takes hold. He asks what kind of complaints they've received, and Schwein describes how the locals refer to the animal as a vicious beast that roams the mountain, one they consider dangerous and demand to be captured. Meanwhile, our boy reflects on this, then wonders aloud if anyone has ever actually been injured by it. Schwein starts to agree instinctively, but after pausing for a moment, admits that not a single person has ever been harmed. Turning to Selena, our boy recalls that she once mentioned the loyalty of shamans toward their masters and asks if she still believes it. Selena confirms that she does, and Ogen's expression shifts slightly, as though something has just clicked in his mind. The next morning, Ogen and Selena set out toward the nearest village. At the base of the mountain, their focus shifts from confronting the stray to uncovering the story behind it. Right after that, now our boy seeks the dog's former owner, believing that understanding its past is the key to reaching it. Though time is short and other methods might seem easier, he knows that simply trapping the animal with food will not work. The dog's frail, hungry body speaks of something stronger than instinct, an unbroken bond that hunger cannot override. As they walk, memories and thoughts intertwine in Ogen's mind. He remembers how some owners issue a gentle command for their pets to stay, assuring them they'll return soon, only to disappear and never come back. That same kind of loyalty and betrayal must lie at the heart of this dog's suffering. Our boy has seen people capable of abandoning those who trust them most, and the idea fills him with quiet anger. Resolute, our boy promises himself that, when they finally uncover the owner, that person will be forced to confront what they've done, and witness how the loyal creature they left behind has endured. As they begin making inquiries throughout the village, a pattern quickly emerges. Right after that, a local tells Ogen that a woman named Gabrielle's husband has been unable to continue his work because of the dog that roams the mountain. Parents refuse to let their children near the forest, fearful of what lurks there, and even passing youngsters echo the same stories of danger now. An old man vaguely grumbles about losing money many years ago, though his words seem disconnected from the rest. Still, one truth becomes clear. The entire village harbors a deep resentment toward the stray. After hours of questioning, our boy and Selena stop at a quiet corner of the street. Weary from hearing the same fearful accounts, Ogen starts to suspect that perhaps the dog's owner isn't from this village at all. Not long after, Selena agrees, noting that, if nothing else, everyone they've met shares a common hostility toward the animal. It's then that a woman with long hair approaches them. She has overheard their questions, and with a solemn expression, mentions that they're looking for Jake, the man who once owned the dog. She urges them to follow her, and leads them toward Jake's house. Ogen notices how distant the home is, almost hidden among the trees, and the woman explains that Jake lived alone, separated from the villagers, which is why so few people knew him. When they reach the small wooden house, she stops near a modest grave by the entrance, and quietly reveals that Jake died 2 months earlier. In a landslide, she explains he had no family, and that she herself arranged the funeral. Furthermore, she insists that Jake never abandoned his dog. He simply never made it back. The woman also confesses she once tried to bring the dog home, but failed, and now, with sadness heavy in her tone, she begs them to help the animal, whom she calls Max. The weight of her words sinks deeply into Ogen. A quiet remorse fills him, as he realizes how wrongly he had judged the situation. Our boy offers a silent prayer for Jake's peace, expressing his regret, and makes a firm promise that they will save Max, no matter what it requires. Later, back in the forest, Schwein remarks to the officers who have just arrived that he expected them the following day. Noting they must have finished their prior mission earlier than anticipated, he suggests postponing their current task to kill Max until tomorrow. But the officers dismiss the idea. One of them insists there's no reason to wait, and that the matter should be handled right away, since the villagers already despise the dog. He reasons no one will object if they ended a day ahead of schedule. Back at Jake's house, Ogen steps inside, and right away notices the scent of herbal medicine lingering in the air, a clear sign that Jake was a herbalist. Selena suggests taking anything carrying the owner's scent for now, and points towards some clothes hanging nearby. Our boy's eyes drift to a photo frame on the shelf, showing Jake and Max together. Now he wonders what could have happened to someone who cared so deeply for his dog. Then Selena notices a photograph on the wall, and points it out. It's a picture of a mandrake. She says that Jake must have been searching for one. Not long after, our boy recalls seeing a mandrake in a movie once, and Selena explains that it's the plant that screams, a rare and extremely difficult specimen to collect. Both remember the strange noise from the forest the previous day. Despite its danger, the mandrake is incredibly valuable, something every herbalist dreams of finding. Meanwhile, Max sits in front of his cave, staring at the sky, lost in thought as he remembers his owner. It was raining that day, when he and Jake took shelter inside the cave. Jake laughed at the sudden downpour, wondering if they should wait until it stopped, before heading out lighting a fire. He placed a woolen blanket over Max, telling him to stay still or he'd catch a cold. Max cuddled close and Jake, though exhausted, smiled and said they were lucky to have found shelter. While looking around, Jake noticed a plant growing near the cave wall. Recognizing the shape of its leaves, he realized it was a mandrake. Shocked, he admitted he never thought he'd see one outside of books. Excited, he decided to return home to get his gear, telling Max to wait and promising he'd be right back. Max barked softly, but Jake reassured him it wasn't far. Smiling, he stepped out into the rain. Then, a sudden landslide of massive rocks came crashing down, killing him instantly. Time passed. The fire in the cave died out, but Max continued to wait faithfully. The next week some tourists passed by. One of them noticed the dog had been there for a while. Right after that, they assumed he'd been abandoned and, feeling pity, decided to feed him, but when they approached, Max shrieked and backed away in fear, driving them off. Right after that, startled, the tourists left, muttering that the dog was dangerous, and that it was no wonder the owner had left it. Meanwhile, Max returned to the cave and sat again, waiting for Jake, unaware he would never return in the present. As Max recalls Jake, the officers approach. One suggests there's no need to rush, since it's getting late. They should head to the lodge soon. Standing before Max, they ready their tranquilizer darts, enough to take down a shaman. Schwein pleads with them to wait one more hour, explaining that he's hired someone to help rescue the dog. From what Schwein has seen, Max has never hurt anyone, and is simply a dog with a story. The officer, unmoved, says they aren't there to listen to a dog's story. Their job is to protect the residents, and that's all that matters. As he raises his gun and aims, Max pants heavily. Just as the officer is about to pull the trigger, Selena and Ogon arrive, stopping him. Selena insists they must rescue the stray, not harm it. At that moment, Max sees an illusion of his owner standing before him. Smiling gently, the figure tells him that he's come to get him, and that Max has waited a long time. Not long after, overcome with joy, Max moves forward, tail wagging, believing his owner has finally returned. Our boy steps closer, his voice low and soft, as he admits he isn't the one Max has been waiting for, but tells him it's time to go home. A lone night settles over the forest, where a deer runs for its life, chased by a wild creature, whose glowing yellow eyes cut through the darkness. Its sharp shriek echoes through the trees, shattering the stillness of the woods. By morning, the quiet inside Ocean's clinic is disrupted, as a customer bursts in a panic, begging for help with their pet. Our boy looks down to find a ping-ponging panda, so overweight it can hardly roll over. He grumbles in disbelief, while the owner insists the panda has grown weak, and barely eats, only 7 meals a day now. Ogensai, warning that, if it doesn't regain a healthy weight, could fall gravely ill. The owner looks shocked, unwilling to believe it, and our boy calls for the next patient. Without another word, Schwein steps in with his usual courteous smile, greeting our boy politely. The sight of him reminds Ogen of Max, the dog that once came down from the mountain. After losing his owner, Max had lingered for days by his master's grave, unable to accept Jake's death, pitied by everyone in the village, until he finally opened up to the one who visited and cared for him. Schwein, when Ajin asks what brings him there, and if something has happened to Max, Schwein denies it, and instead reveals a mandrake plant from his bag. Selena notices something odd about it. Its root is exposed above the soil. Unlike most mandrake that prefer to stay buried deep, Schwein explains that Jake, before his passing, had discovered the mandrake, and decided to keep it as a memento. Yet when they tried to replant it, the mandrake kept forcing itself out of the ground, screaming endlessly day and night, until everyone in the village was forced to wear earplugs. Some even suffered ruptured eardrums. Selena mentions that such behavior can happen, as mandrakes are known to be temperamental. About their surroundings, Schweins sigh that the plant has become impossible to manage, noting that it is quiet now only because it is asleep, but once it wakes, chaos begins. He pleads for Ogen to take it. Our boy refuses, insisting he treats animals, not plants, and that anything that screams can't even be considered one. Schwein insists it is neither plant nor animal, but something far worse, a demon. Oyen retorts that if that's the case, the church would be a better place to take it. Before another word is exchanged, the mandrake stirs. Schwein panics, shouting that it's waking, and hastily leaves it behind, fleeing the clinic with his companions. Before our boy can stop them, frustrated, Ojin curses after them, muttering that he's seen people abandon many things, but never a plant. Not long after, Selena quickly covers the mandrake with a glass shield, and reminds him that mandrakes are valuable herbs. Every part of them, from leaf to root, can revive the dying. Our boy grumbles about their worth if they can't be controlled. Just then the mandrake opens its eyes. Selena warns him to cover his ears before it screams, fearing for their eardrums.
Ogenpenneking
Complains about his missing noise-canceling headphones and braces himself, but instead of screaming, the mandrake smiles. Confused, he watches as Selena studies its behavior. She realizes it seems to like him, and asks him to take out his necklace. As soon as he does, the mandrake's eyes widen, and it begins dancing with joy. Our boy can hardly believe it, while Selena laughs, saying, "It looks as happy as a sunflower toy she once saw." He grumbles about how disgusting that comparison sounds, but Selena simply tells him to raise it in his room. For now, despite his protests, he ends up doing just that. Later that night, a loud knock wakes our boy half asleep. He complains that night visits cost extra, until a woman rushes in with a wounded dog, bleeding heavily. Seeing the deep gashes, our boy grumbles that the injuries are too severe to stop the bleeding. Selena reminds him that mandrake leaves have strong clotting properties, and at his instruction, she approaches the plant. The mandrake watches her suspiciously, so she hesitates, suggesting Ajin should ask it himself. He grumbles at the absurdity of asking a plant for permission, but does it anyway. As soon as he asks for a leaf, the mandrake smiles, dances, and hums softly. Though baffled, our boy takes the leaf, and finally manages to stop the bleeding, saving the dog's life. The woman weeps with gratitude as our boy yawns, and tells her to return for follow-up care, before heading back to bed. Only half an hour later, another urgent knock disturbs his rest. This time, a man stands at the door with a mauled deer in his arms, begging for help. The animal's body is covered in brutal wounds, and Ojin grimly notes that they aren't from hunting, but from someone who seemed to enjoy the cruelty. He grumbles about a psychopath being responsible, confusing the villagers, who ask if that is some kind of new monster, when a little girl quietly explains that it is Baron
Dole Speitwolf,
who does such things for amusement. Our boy's disbelief turns into outrage. Meanwhile, he curses the noble, demanding to know how such behavior is allowed, shouting about the lack of animal protection laws. The villagers remind him that the Baron is untouchable. A noble, our boy rails against the injustice, shouting about freedom, law, and democracy, concepts the others have never even heard of, until Selena reminds him to focus on treating the deer. A week later, chaos erupts outside the clinic. A large crowd gathers, all shouting for the doctor to save their pets. Exhausted and overwhelmed, Ojin joins the uproar, ranting that he can't live like this anymore, and calling for a class revolution. Our boy leads the crowd toward Doyle's mansion, chanting accusations against the Baron, and demanding justice for the abused animals, until the Baron's guards arrive. When they ask for our boy, he grumbles that their intelligence is scarily fast, and steps forward, claiming his name to his surprise. The guards bow, and respectfully escort him to the castle. Inside, he finds a massive bloodfang wolf lying on the floor. Gravely wounded Baron Doyle stands beside it, desperate, begging Ojin to save his beloved pet, promising anything in return. Our boy and Selena stand frozen, stunned by the sight of the very creature that had caused so much suffering. After a week of beast attacks, the townspeople gather, whispering about a magical creature spotted in the western forest. Rumors spread that the banished wolf has been killed, and a giant man-eating monster now stalks the woods, attacking people after preying on animals. Fear sweeps through the crowd. Some believe the village is doomed, and talk of fleeing to the lower settlement. Others insist there's no need to worry, since Baron Doyle has launched a monster subjugation operation. They mention a massive trap set in the forest, and soldiers patrolling day and night. The villagers praise the Baron as dependable, convinced they live safely under his protection. Our boy listens, fully aware the truth is quite different. He recalls seeing the Baron weeping, and shouting for his men to catch the monster that attacked his child, while his servants worked to calm him, and quietly handled the situation. To Ogen, the scene resembles media manipulation. From his own world, Selena stands beside him, noticing the wary look on his face. Our boy reflects that most of the injured animals brought to the clinic were attacked near the eastern forest, close to the village, while the incident with the Baron's wolf happened deep in the west. Despite this, the Baron's men continue to focus their search on the western woods, ignoring the east entirely. Selena finds it suspicious as well. The villagers rarely set foot in the western forest, a place rumored to be haunted. Meanwhile, as they discuss, a man from the glass workshop calls them inside, announcing that the items Ogen ordered, the syringes, are ready. They are mouth-blown, reinforced glass mixed with albarium powder, resistant to heat and shock. Our boy examines them, impressed by the craftsmanship, calling the technology remarkable, and marveling that they are handmade. The craftsman confides that the process was difficult, and insists he cannot make more. Ajin pays him generously, establishing a partnership despite the man's reluctance. Gradually, the clinic fills with several new pieces of equipment. Renovations begin, and Selena inspects the layout, surprised by the organized modern structure. Our boy thinks to himself that this finally feels like a real hospital. One day, a man enters carrying bundles of herbs. He presents a variety with fascinating effects. Some induce sleep when consumed or inhaled. Others relieve stomach pain or prevent coughing. And one herb has antiseptic properties. Odin examines them in disbelief, finding their effects extraordinary. Some are even rumored to treat fatal diseases. He grumbles that nothing like this exists, even in his world, while Selena mocks his skepticism. Suddenly a girl dashes in, calling for Oyen to come quickly, because the monster has been caught in the forests. Soldiers, hounds, and Baron Doyle stand gathered around the shattered trap, a roaring sound echoing through the trees. The soldiers push forward, claiming the monster is cornered. As our boy approaches, the creature's shadow appears, only to reveal a small cat crying angrily. Everyone falls silent. The soldiers hesitate, noting it looks like an ordinary street cat, but the Baron insists it is the very creature that terrified his wolf, pointing to its claws and teeth as proof of its evil nature. Owen realizes the soldiers are serious as they throw a net over the cat. The animal struggles and cries as the Baron laughs, ordering it to be burned next. Our boy objects, but the Baron demands the cat be dragged alive for public execution. Watching the terrified animal, our boy is reminded of his own world, where a man once brought an injured cat to his clinic, explaining he used to feed it in the shopping district. Before someone heard it, Ogen had called such people demons, despising animal abusers above all else. Moments later, back in the present, the cat tears through the net, sending the soldiers into a panic as they shout to trap it again. Just then our boy gets an idea. He yells for everyone to cover their mouths and noses, then points at the cat's forehead. A scar, shaped like the letter M, glows faintly above its brow. He declares it the mark of a great demon, the one that brings global plague, the mark of Gunna, the great pandemic. Ogon declares the cat to be a demon, the very embodiment of the Great Plague, claiming the infection first spread through rats, then passed to a cat that devoured the infected rodents and absorbed their dark magic, becoming an even stronger carrier of disease. According to our boy, this cat is the source of the coming disaster. Once the illness starts to spread, he warns half the population will disappear. The people already ready to kill the cat listen in disbelief. The soldiers scoff at his claim, and even Baron Doyle presses for the truth, doubting our boy's story despite their skepticism. Ogen stands firm, recalling a world much like this, one that once waged war against a similar plague, a world filled with masks, fear and chaos. He insists the creature may indeed carry demonic energy, but is still young enough to suppress. Our boy adds that in his world, a cure was found and the same might be possible here. Turning to Selena, Ogen silently hopes she'll back his bluff, She calmly explains that, with the cat's blood and the right herbs, it might be possible to create a cure. Outwardly composed, our boy worries his ruse might fail. The soldiers mock the story as foolish. But before tensions rise further, the Baron grants Ohin a week. Within that time, he is to heal the creature and present it at the castle, after which the cat will be executed publicly. Back at the clinic, our boy exhales in relief, thanking Selena for her quick thinking, and impressed at how convincingly she played along. She replies that she hadn't lied. Now technically, a cure could be made using the creature and mandrake roots, though it would require hundreds of mandrake. She asks why he wants to save the animal, warning that once it awakens, its strength may be impossible to control. Ajin explains that this cat isn't the one responsible for the village attacks. He shows records of animal injuries, pointing out that the wounds differ, in both size and shape, from those the cat could have inflicted. The pattern suggests a completely different predator. Selena quickly realizes the truth. Magma Baron Doyle's wolf must have been the real culprit, and the cat merely defended itself. Our boy agrees but finds it suspicious that the Baron, who once hid Magma's attacks, suddenly blames another beast, and starts a public hunt right after that. He suspects the hunt is simply a cover, with the cat as the true target. Selena observes that this would explain why the Baron wanted the creature captured alive, rather than killed, and why he accepted Ogen's shaky explanation so easily. The remark about his clumsy lie irritates our boy, but his attention soon shifts to the cat's wounds. The scar on its forehead isn't a normal injury, and old marks along its legs suggest long-term suffering. He resolves to uncover the truth about what this creature has endured. Selena watches him closely, realizing he isn't the greedy, indifferent vet she once believed him to be. There's a gentleness in the way he handles the animal, until our boy suddenly hugs the cat, burying his face in its fur, and calling it soft and warm. The scene erases Selena's old impression, convincing her that Ojin is simply insane, while the nearby mandrake smolders with jealousy. The next morning, eerie cries echo from outside the clinic. Townsfolk gather, whispering in awe and fear about the strange sounds. Rumors spread rapidly, claiming our boy is battling a demon and purifying the source of the plague. Within hours, public opinion transforms him into a legend, a wizard from another world. The crowd chants his name, hailing Kim Ogon as the great wizard inside. Unaware of the growing chaos, our boy tries to feed the cat, only to have it scratch his face again. The creature's temper irks him, but he notices it appears smaller than before. Selena points out that its size and weight have both decreased over the past 3 days, and she speculates it might be losing demonic energy. Ogen concludes it's simply starving. Hunger is fueling its anger, burning away energy, and deepening its hunger in a vicious cycle. As our boy wishes for the demonic snack known as chore, a sudden pain grips his chest. The dragon's necklace around his neck glows, releasing light that solidifies into a familiar, chocolate-like treat. The snack shoots straight into the cat's mouth, and it starts chewing happily.
Ogen relieved
Continues feeding it with growing affection, while Selena watches in silent disbelief. As the cat eats, the scar on its forehead starts to glow faintly. Selena freezes, suddenly realizing everything makes sense. The creature before them was never just a cat. Monosaurus, the horned lion, once reigned as a mythical beast, during the era when dragons vanished, and mana surged across the world. Revered as sacred, their horns blessed barren lands with water, and turned darkness into light. Their hearts held the miraculous power to generate mana, and the horn on their forehead served as a divine channel through which that energy flowed. Yet those who dared touch them met inevitable death. After the great mana famine, their kind dwindled, forcing them to disguise themselves as smaller creatures to survive. Though weakened, they never lost the pride of their divine lineage, and could never be tamed by mortals, except by one entity, the spirit of healing. At the clinic, the small cat finally passes stool, and Ogen, relieved, praises it while feeding it chore. Selena, watching, wonders whether it's wise to keep luring the creature with the demonic treat. That same night at Baron Doyle's mansion, a spy reports to him that the cat has been eating obediently, and that our boy holds it in his arms like a child. The Baron, doubtful, listens as his soldiers kneel beside him, Their voice is uneasy. They speak of the devil's lion and the rumored plague, warning that the creature may not be ordinary. Next, they recall that no human has ever tamed a monoceros, even a weakened one in the worst cases. The mana inside their bodies can corrupt into poison, turning them into living bombs. Their power, they say, could bring an entire nation to ruin. Baron Doyle, unsettled, remembers Ocean's words about a plague that once consumed his world, a battle humanity fought for years. He also recalls that wars were said to reject all food offered by humans. Now he starts to wonder whether our boy knows something no one else does. The following morning the clinic hums with activity. The new assistant acting as receptionist, calls for the next patient to enter the exam room. The space feels lively and organized, just as a proper clinic should. Meanwhile, Selena scolds a noisy patient, whose animal refuses to stay still. Her irritation grows, and in a flash of temper, she silences the chaos with magic, startling everyone. Ajin watches, horrified as she repeats her spell on another customer, creating chaos inside the clinic. Then, without warning, Selena requests a sudden half-day leave, and disappears again later. Our boy discovers her handwritten note, declaring her absence without leave. The sloppy calligraphy only fuels his frustration. He rants that even real veterinarians wouldn't act so unprofessionally. Desperate for help, that's why he calls on Pio, a nearby acquaintance, to fill in temporarily. Right after that, to his surprise,
Sim provas excepcionali capabla. Handling client lifting suppli.
And maintaining order with cheerful diligence. Her work ethic impresses our boy so much that he starts considering her for a permanent position. Amid the busy day, Odin notices something odd. The clinic, normally filled with animal noises, has suddenly fallen silent. The next morning the mystery reveals itself when a familiar patient returns. Ping Ping the hamster.
Ogen stares in disbelief.
The creature that once weighed barely half a kilogram now appears 10 times larger, nearly the size of a small dog. He wonders aloud if it's turned into a panda. The owner corrects him, calling it a flopper dog. Only then does our boy realize that in this world, hamsters go by a different name. The owner, puzzled by his reaction, asks if he knows what a flopper is. Ogen goes to cover up, but Pio steps in smoothly, explaining that he comes from another world, which is why he uses different terms, and why his medical knowledge surpasses local understanding. Flattered, our boy listens as the owner concludes that he must have studied abroad. Proud and amused, he right away hires Pa as a permanent staff member. Turning back to Ping Ping, Ogen examines its oversized body. The creature appears healthy, though its unusual color and size raise questions. He speculates it may have absorbed some sort of growth magic. As he observes, the cat beside him grows visibly jealous and leaps toward the hamster. The moment it makes contact, Ping Ping splits into 3 identical copies. Everyone in the clinic freezes. Ogen struggles to process what he's seeing, mentally protesting that it violates every law of physics he knows. The owner, overjoyed, hugs the 3 creatures, declaring that, after years of loneliness, Ping Ping finally has a family. One of the smaller copies bolts across the room, triggering a chaotic chase through the clinic. The creatures' tiny bodies make them impossibly fast. Adding to the chaos, Selena suddenly returns, appearing out of nowhere with effortless precision. She captures all 3, 2 in her hands and 1 between her teeth, and declares them to be bloops. When questioned about their origin, the owner admits he received the creature as a gift from his father. Unaware of its true nature, Selena decides to keep them for observation, assuring the owner that no harm will come to them.
Moments lateu janats.
That the clinic never engages in unethical experiments, and that nothing happens without a guardian's consent, though inwardly, he wonders why he's the one making moral speeches. Later that evening, Selena explains that bloops aren't natural creatures at all, but artificial beings created by a mad mage long ago. Our boy is shocked, realizing even this world has its own unhinged scientists. Selena insists the mage wasn't entirely evil, just misguided, and that his creations, though unstable, were never meant to harm Ogden. Comments that bloops were supposed to have vanished a century ago, and is surprised to encounter one after so long. Curiosity gets the better of him, and he casually asks Selena just how old she is. Before she can reply, a strange gurgling sound comes from the Siona nearby. Our boy turns toward it in concern, only for a knock to interrupt him. From behind the door, a soldier's voice announces that Baron Doyle has arrived as Lord Baron steps into Ogen's clinic, declaring that he'll bring out the monster. Our boy is swept by quiet panic, torn between hiding the cat or helping it escape. Within the week he hasn't had time to prepare. Every moment has been consumed by caring for the creature. Forcing a nervous smile, our boy greets the noble politely, his mind drifting to Selena, already gone and leaving him to face the mess alone. The Baron sits heavily uninterested in pleasantries, refusing even the offer of tea, and demanding to see the monster right away. Ajin hesitates, mumbling that the treatment isn't yet finished. But Baron coldly points out that, if the clinic is still open, the cure must be complete. Our boy quickly invents a wild story. A mishap during the exorcism caused a mysterious imprint to appear between him and the cat, binding them together, so they can no longer be separated. Baron's men exchanged skeptical looks, muttering that he must be insane to expect anyone to believe such nonsense. Realizing his story is unraveling, our boy shifts tactics, questioning why Baron has another black cat locked away in his manor's dungeon. The accusation startles the noble. For a moment his composure falters.
Ogen presses harder,
accusing him of plotting to swap out the real cat for an innocent one. Baron, angered and defensive, denies it, shifting blame by insisting that the animal attacks plaguing the village were caused not by Xianja but by Ogen's own recklessness. Our boy counters that the real culprit was the Baron's own wolf, producing a medical chart as proof. The wounds on the victims match the wolf's claws. One of the men snatches the documents, rips them apart and mocks him. Our boy can only grit his teeth, silently, cursing the lack of digital records in this world. Just then one of the Baron's men shoves Oyen aside and approaches Xianja's cage. The cat hisses and lashes out, clawing at the intruder. Our boy's thoughts race. Summoning a steel carrier would reveal too much, and any hint of weapons could make things worse. Meanwhile he clutches the pendant around his neck, debating whether to risk using its power, knowing such a move could change everything. Before a decision is made, the door bursts open. Several elves enter, led by Selena and a tall man with long white hair. The newcomer's voice rings with authority, as he commands everyone to stand down. Meanwhile Baron recognizes him at once. The insignia of the World Tree, the monocircle etched on his brow, all marks of Killian, head of the Western Continent's supreme inspection agency, and guardian of the Etherion Order. Baron stammers a greeting, masking his unease with a sarcastic remark about the irony of such a sacred order appearing in a shabby clinic. Ogen bristles at the insult, but holds his tongue. Killian announces that they have come in response to reports of an endangered divine beast. Our boy stares briefly, distracted by how unreal the elf seems, as if a movie character had come to life. It dawns on him that this must be the reason Selena vanished for days. When she passes the cage to Killian, realization strikes her faintly. Pointed ears had always been a clue. She too is an elf. Selena warns her superior to be careful, insisting the cat is dangerously fierce. Killian begins an incantation, surrounding Xianja in a sphere of blue light. As the creature rises weightlessly, he examines the wound on its crown, noting it resembles the cross-section of a World Tree branch, the mark left by a mana extractor, a device used to drain the essence of sacred beings. His calm demeanor fades into anger as he turns to Baron, demanding to know if he was the one who severed Sonia. The Monocerus's horn, the noble trembles, protesting his innocence, then flees in panic when pressed further. Right after that our boy watches in awe, realizing the power and influence of elves here even surpass those of the nobility. He can't help but feel exhilarated by the display. Killian meanwhile says that only a handful of weapons could injure a divine beast, and promises the truth will be uncovered soon. He thanks Odin for protecting the creature, and announces that they will take the monstrous under their care before they can act. Sionia's energy surges. The cat shatters the magical barrier, bolts forward and buries itself in our boy's arms, pressing close as if terrified to leave him. The elves freeze in disbelief, a sacred being seeking comfort from a human. Siona clings to Ojin's necklace, body trembling. Killian's gaze narrows as he studies the pendant, recognition dawning in his eyes. He murmurs to his companions that the rumors are true, and that the implications are greater than expected. Our boy feels uneasy under the scrutiny. It's the same look as university professor gave him before trying to recruit him for graduate school. Even Selena now watches him with unreadable eyes. After a pause, Killian decides to entrust Sionja to Ojin, explaining that although standard procedure would be to bring both human and beast to headquarters for investigation, Selena's presence inspires enough trust. She only shrugs, her boredom apparent. Our boy can't help but question her lack of enthusiasm, wondering how she finally manages to remain so calm. Through everything, Killian performs another spell, conjuring a delicate necklace and placing it around Zionya's neck. The charm glows faintly with protective magic, designed to help the creature regain power in place of its lost horn. Zionya squirms, clearly irritated by the adornment. One of the elves explains, the enchantment also contains an emergency signal, allowing them to sense instantly if the creature falls into danger. Ogen marvels at their magical sophistication. It's practically an automatic rescue system. Killian then produces a ring and presents it to our boy as a token of gratitude, explaining that it shares the authority of the celestial family, along with similar protective magic. Ojin accepts hesitantly, half honored, half anxious about what burdens the gift might bring. Killian smiles kindly and insists on placing it himself. Though awkward, our boy allows it. The elves murmur their approval, noting the ring suits him perfectly. He glances at the shining band on his finger, still uncertain what sort of fate he's just stepped into next. Kim Ogon has been single since birth, and now the first ring of his life sits on his hand. The elf's ring glows faintly with magic that feels far too suspicious. Something about it makes him uneasy. He tries to decline, politely apologizing and saying he can't accept such a gift. Killian, puzzled, asks why, but our boy explains that, as someone who works with his hands, accessories just get in the way. Meanwhile, Killian suggests he think of it as armor, rather than jewelry, though inwardly he notes that Ogen seems completely out of touch. Moments later still, our boy holds firm, repeating that wearing anything on his hands would interfere with his work as a doctor. Killian doesn't argue further. Instead, he murmurs a short chant, and the ring dissolves into light, reshaping itself into a tattoo on Ohin's finger. It looks unexpectedly cool. Killian instructs him to place the emblem over his heart and say his family name when Ogen does. His finger glows, and a holographic projection of Killian appears. Before him, the elf explains that this magic enables remote communication, a spell for voice and image transmission, and invites him to try saying light. Our boy repeats the word, and a small beam bursts from his fingertip. The elves watch with faint amusement as he waves his hand excitedly, genuinely impressed by the spell. Now Killian assures him there are other functions he'll discover over time, but the most important is the protection enchantment. Bound within it, Ojin expresses his gratitude, still unsettled by how the ring transformed into a tattoo that feels so advanced. Selena looks on, faintly amused, recalling how adamantly he refused the ring, but now seems pleased with the result. Killian's attention shifts to the necklace around our boy's neck, and curiosity flickers across his face. When Ogden explains it came from a dragon, the elves are stunned. Dragons are believed to have vanished 1,000 years ago. He clarifies that he heard the same, but explains he once treated a dragon's sick pet as a healer. In return, the dragon gave him the necklace and promised to send him home, but instead Ogen ended up in this world by mistake. Realizing once again how deeply everyone here understands magic, our boy asks if anyone knows how to send him back. Before he finishes, all three elves stare at him wide-eyed, then kneel. They begin chanting reverently to the spirit of healing, thanking fate for granting them the honor of meeting him.
Ogen vriezen in bewilderment.
They really think he's some kind of divine being. Our boy protests, insisting they're mistaken. Now he's just an ordinary human, caught up in a dragon's error. and the dragon's pet wasn't even seriously ill, just neglected. Killian, however, points out that he still received a necklace, imbued with a dragon's power,
Ogen grumbles,
that he only accepted it for travel expenses, after being thrown into another world against his will. Killian takes his hand solemnly, and explains that their world faces a grave crisis. Mana, the sacred energy sustaining all life, is fading once it flowed abundantly, but since the dragon's extinction, it has dwindled, causing divine beasts to vanish, and the very world to wither. If the depletion continues, the next generation won't survive. To combat this, the world's leaders formed the Etherion Order, an organization dedicated to preserving mana and restoring balance. Our boy, half listening, interprets it as something like a magical, environmental agency. Killian continues, saying that ancient legend speaks of the spirit of healing, wearing the power of dragons around their neck, and who would one day save the world. When he says this, all eyes turn to Ogen. He points to himself in disbelief, asking if they really mean him. Killian nods solemnly, confirming that they have awaited his arrival for centuries. Our boy goes to explain again that they're completely mistaken, but the elves are already bowing deeply, pledging their lives in service to the spirit of healing. The Celestian family and the Etherion Order both vow to protect him. Our boy feels the weight of their devotion, crushing down his thoughts, spinning. He wants to scream that it's all nonsense, that the dragon who brought him here must have been insane. Inwardly, he curses the creature, wondering what kind of joke this is. The next morning, the chaos of divine misunderstandings gives way to the familiar routine of his clinic. A customer arrives carrying a flying fish, and explains it can no longer fly. Ogen examines it carefully, and determines that its nutrition is fine. Simply aging, the owner looks disappointed, asking if there's any way to slow the process, or help it regain flight. Our boy gently explains that aging is natural and inevitable, something that must be accepted. The owner hesitates, then confides that her bedridden father has loved flying fish all his life. He once raised several, but since falling ill they've weakened one by one, and now only one Lumi remains. She was the mother's proposal gift decades ago, when her father asked her mother to marry him. He released Lumi into the night sky, her glowing fins sparkling like a star. Back then, flying fish could emit light as they soared, making them prized companions for festivals and celebrations. Listening, Ogen thinks that proposing with a fish instead of a ring sounds tacky, while Selena explains it was once considered romantic. The owner smiles faintly, admitting it isn't anymore. She continues, saying that after her mother's passing, her father's health declined, and now he spends his days in isolation, caring for his remaining fish. Recently, the owner's father confessed that if Lumi loses her ability to fly, he'll have no reason left to live. Our boy recognizes the sorrow behind the story, like the last leaf clinging to a branch before winter. Selena, unmoved, casually suggests buying new fish, which shocks him with her lack of empathy. Moments later, the owner, close to tears, begs our boy to heal Lumi, or to save her father from despair. But our boy can only repeat that Lumi is perfectly healthy. She's simply growing old, and even magic cannot stop time. Meanwhile, the owner insists that Lumi must fly again, to save her father from dying. Despite Ogen's explanation that Lumi is not ill, only aging, he senses just how dangerous emotional attachment can be. Even in this world, pet owners are deeply bound to their companions next. Some refuse to eat until their pets recover, while others wish to die alongside them. Such emotions often cause more harm than good. Just then, Killian appears, urging Ogen to make a promise. Before our boy can react, the scene fades and he wakes up. It had all been a dream. In the morning, our boy greets Pio, who right away notices the dark circles under his eyes. She confesses she also stayed up through the night. Pio assumes he was worrying about Lumi, the flying fish, though he denies it. She reflects that the fish's condition might not be due to aging, but to a lack of mana. She recalls that when she was young, the glow of flying fish dimmed as the world's mana began to decline, and as mana in the air weakened, the fish gradually lost their ability to fly. Ajin realizes the situation is much like environmental pollution. In his own world, the ecosystem here is collapsing in a similar way. He remembers the elf's words about him being destined to save this world. Selena joins the conversation, confirming that the problem extends beyond flying fish. Many animals are falling ill. What's often labeled as aging or unknown illness is actually caused by mana depletion. The clearest proof, she says, is Monociros, who was once a lion. Our boy recalls that Siona was originally a lion as well, and though she looks adorable as a cat now, he wonders what her true form was like. He pictures her grooming herself in the same way. Even as a lion, a thought occurs to our boy. He asks Pio what illness typically affects guardians of the flying fish. She recalls it as a condition that weakens bones, causing easy fractures. Ogen asks Selena about the usual medicine prescribed. Right after that, she names bloomroot for bone healing, bloodroot for pain relief, and other supportive herbs. When he asks about side effects, Selena mentions that bloodroot causes fatigue and nerve dulling over time. Our boy right away recognizes this as the issue and requests a medicine to counter those effects. Selena replies that such a medicine exists, but it cancels out the original effects. Still, our boy insists on knowing how to make it. Selena gestures behind her, and our boy realizes she means the mandrake. As he approaches, the mandrake frowns. Right after that, Ogen explains that he only needs a few leaves, but the plant suddenly screams so loudly that everyone, Selena, Pio, and our boy, covers their ears. The mandrake starts crying, leaving him frustrated. Pio suggests that perhaps it feels neglected, since he's been focused on Sionja lately. Our boy admits that he feels awkward around plants. Pio advises him to give it a name, at least when he hesitates. The mandrake cries even louder. Defeated, he names it Kim Mandel. Right away, the plant stops crying and begins dancing happily. Ajin takes 2 leaves, thinking to himself, how unsettlingly affectionate the plants and animals of this world are. Selena quietly observes, then asks to see his necklace. She examines it, finding nothing unusual. When she puts it on and tries to pet, Sionja and Mandel both react aggressively. Selena concludes that the necklace's bond works only for Ogen. She asks how he activates its power, and he explains that focusing his thoughts creates a tightness in his chest, which then releases energy. Selena realizes that this power might be linked to his heart. Ogen adds that touching the necklace draws the creatures to him, as if they're expecting food. While feeding Sonia his favorite chore snack, Selena notices the glow of energy, and deduces that our boy is unknowingly feeding his mana to the creatures. The thought alarms her. Such a connection could be dangerous. Right after that, meanwhile, Pio announces that the crushed leaves are ready, and has prepared a potion from them. She asks if she should bring another batch, and our boy agrees. Selena watches him in silence, deep in thought, everything about Kimijin, the energy around him, the way life responds to his presence, seems beyond ordinary. For the first time, she starts to wonder if he truly is the spirit of healing the legend spoke of at Luriel's mansion. She enters her father's room with his medicine, and finds him lying on the floor. She rushes to help him up, quickly realizing that he had tried to stand, because Lumi wanted to stay near the window. Despite his frailty, he insists he's fine. Laurel worries that his weak bones make such movements dangerous, but he simply responds that his time is limited anyway. She protests, insisting his illness can still improve. Yet he believes death comes not only from disease, but also from losing hope.
Moments later.
Tears fall as she begs him to stop speaking that way, but he refuses at that moment. Ohen arrives with Selena, Pio, and the rest of his group, interrupting the emotional scene. He boldly declares that people die, not from illness or fate, but from misinformation, incorrect prescriptions, bad habits, and a lack of proper care. Both Laurel and her father are startled by the sudden appearance. Our boy introduces himself and explains that Lumi's inability to fly isn't due to old age, but rather the side effects of the drugs her father has been taking. The father is confused, insisting he's the one taking the medicine, not Lumi. Our boy clarifies that flying fish still retain their aquatic grooming instincts. They clean the food or individuals they care about. Meanwhile, Lumi, by grooming her father's hair and beard, absorbed the medicine's residue through contact. Luriel recalls how Lumi had spent nights near her father, brushing against him now. The old man realizes the truth, and grumbles that this explains why his beard always appeared so shiny. Ogen confirms this, and presents syringes containing the cure he developed. He explains that the fish will regain its energy. Within a day or two, the father jokes, he'll shave everything off, to avoid repeating the problem. Our boy begins the treatment, holding each fish while Pio restrains them so he can inject the medicine. When finished, he notes that it's a fast-acting drug.
Moments later,
Lumi starts to stir and suddenly lifts into the air, glowing faintly as she flies toward the father. He gazes at her, realizing it isn't a dream. One by one, the other fish begin to glow and rise, their bodies emitting a soft blue light. The entire room fills with shimmering brightness as the fish circle above. Laurel and her father watch in awe. The sight reminds her father of the day he proposed to her mother, using glowing fish that soared into the sky, just like this holding Lumi. He is deeply moved, Pio observes quietly, understanding that the reaction came from contact with Ocean's blood and mana, and realizing that he isn't ordinary. Selena reaches a similar conclusion, wondering if he's truly the one spoken of in the prophecy, the spirit of healing. Later, Selena meets with Killian to discuss it. Now Killian believes everything aligns perfectly with the prophecy, and asserts that Ogen's bond with Monaceros is irrefutable proof. Moments later, Selena questions his decision to give our boy the ring that does not belong to him, but Killian insists that the original owner would have approved. He admits that rumors of the spirit of healing will soon spread across the world, and that they plan to use this to uncover the truth behind hidden forces, rather than simply chasing enemies. Selena realizes this is why Baron Doyle was released, to draw out those working behind the scenes. Killian reassures her that Ogen won't be harmed, and points out that it's no coincidence she met him in this village. Selena recalls first seeing our boy when he subdued a giant rabbit in the village, while wearing his mysterious necklace. Although she admits he is unique, she remains doubtful that he is the spirit of healing. Killian tells her to keep watching, reminding her that the prophecy doesn't only speak of salvation, it also warns of the trials that must come before it. Another quiet morning unfolds at Owen's clinic. Inside, a blob known as the bloop sits hunched on a leaf. Once again, meanwhile, even though its care had already been charged the previous week, our boy notices it and grows irritated, wondering why it's still here. Meanwhile, Selena is tending to the creature, explaining that she's looking after one of the 3 bloops. She handles it carelessly, prompting our boy to step in. He recalls that blobs are divided into core types, which contain a core in their heads, and non-core types, which multiply easily. Containing a core type prevents further division. But the one Selena is handling lacks a core, and can reproduce when stressed. Selena confirms that it's a sensitive specimen that multiplies under pressure. Our boy becomes uneasy, all too aware of the dangers of keeping such creatures. Bloops can reproduce uncontrollably, and have wiped out entire villages when mishandled, keeping one in the clinic, alongside volatile creatures like the mandrake. And Sionja feels reckless. He questions the decision, silently realizing Selena hasn't obtained the owner's permission, having acted on her own under the guise of cooperation. Pio, watching the exchange, grows nervous suddenly, suggesting that perhaps it's better not to get involved. Our boy remembers hearing that elves, who cover their ears, often do so to hide criminal markings. Burned in as punishment, the thought lingers in his mind. Selena's habit of acting first, her avoidance of personal questions, and her aggressive temperament all raise doubts about her past. Ogen briefly considers dismissing her, but decides against it, given the clinic's heavy workload. Before he can dwell further, Selena signals that it's opening time, and the routine continues. Elsewhere at Baron Doyle's castle, the Baron speaks through a LMA crystal. With a mysterious figure, the man demands to know why the Etherion Order appeared at Ogen's clinic. The Baron explains that they burst in suddenly, mentioned a divine beast interrupted his work and left. The man grows angry, accusing the Baron of letting the Etherion Order take the Monoceros. The Baron apologizes and promises to recover it, but adds that he doesn't need to steal the beast, as it's already with Kim Ogon. The man is shocked, knowing monstrous cannot typically coexist with humans. The Baron insists it follows our boy willingly. The man orders him to silence everyone who knows. Calling him incompetent, the connection ends, leaving the Baron frustrated. After a long scolding, he instructs his butler to summon Theodore and Alex, who are currently on leave. The butler mentions they were granted time off. After complaining about overtime, the Baron, angered, cancels their leave and demands they be brought back, realizing the problem is only getting worse. Meanwhile, at the marketplace, rumors spread rapidly about the Etherion Order's appearance. The townspeople gossip about seeing the group in person, and wonder why such a powerful order would visit a countryside clinic. Word circulates that they came because of a rare, divine species. Some claim our boy is not just an ordinary doctor, but someone from another world. Others repeat tales of him subduing a mana-infused beast, and taming a divine creature barehanded. Stories twist fact and fantasy, until the entire town buzzes with speculation. As evening falls, the rumors take on a new tone. People begin calling Ogen the spirit of healing, a figure once believed to be female, according to ancient prophecy. Now they say the spirit is a man instead, and whoever gains his favor will rule the world. A woman with long pink hair discusses the rumor with a brown-haired companion, remarking that the prophecy's meaning might shift. With this new interpretation, in the noble district of Montvale, Adrian arrives at his clinic expecting the usual bustle, but finding the place silent not long after. He comments on the emptiness, and learns from the butler that no patients have arrived since morning. Suspecting Count Downey of interference, he vows to retaliate. His assistant quietly mentions that the drop in clients might be linked to a new vet clinic in Belmore Ogdens. Adrian dismisses the idea, reasoning that nobles would never visit a commoner's establishment. Not long after yet, his composure falters when he hears that Lady Marianne has cancelled her appointment to visit Ogen's clinic instead. The realization enrages him. Slamming his hand on the desk, Adrian orders his carriage at once, dead set on confronting the man responsible for his humiliation. Adrian, born into nobility, possessed intelligence, talent, and striking looks, qualities that made his decision to become a veterinarian seem unusual to many. He, however, had a simple reason. He genuinely loved people who adored their pets. Not long after, with practiced charm, he often reassured anxious owners that their beloved animals would recover, taking satisfaction in easing their worries. Adrian always maintained a clear line between personal and professional life, except when it came to one woman, Lady Marianne Astrid. From the moment she entered his clinic, his heart had chosen her. He often believed he had become a vet solely to treat her unicorn. That conviction turned to bitterness when he learned that Lady Marianne had chosen someone else, a commoner, to treat Lulu, her unicorn. Angered, he ordered his clinic closed for the day and set out for the Astro estate right away. At the mansion, Marianne's mother received him politely, but with evident disinterest, questioning his unannounced visit. Adrian expressed concern for Lulu, describing the unicorn as sensitive, and implying that entrusting her to a random commoner was irresponsible. Her mother corrected him. Kim Ojin, the new vet, was actually a woman. The revelation caught him off guard. She added that though a commoner, our boy was said to be extremely skilled, and so beautiful, that people called her a fairy or a spirit. The idea unsettled Adrian, who began imagining what kind of woman could be compared to a fairy, perhaps a golden-haired angel or a mysterious, dark beauty. His fantasies were interrupted when Marianne's mother admitted she had fabricated the story to test his reaction, and promptly ordered the servants to escort him out. Humiliated but still defiant, Adrian insisted he was not obsessed with women, only devoted to Lady Marianne. His declaration only amused her mother, who had him thrown out anyway. Seated in his carriage, Adrian fumed over the insult, and resolved to meet Kim Ojin himself. He prided himself on understanding unicorns better than most, knowing that they judged people by scent, despised the smell of blood and sweat, and could be violent toward men. Unicorns adored cleanliness and pleasant perfume, and he believed his meticulous grooming made him uniquely suited to approach them. He recalled his own trials earning a unicorn's trust, and how his strategy of bathing twice daily and wearing the same perfume as their owner had worked wonders right after that. He was certain that a stinky commoner, ignorant of perfume, would surely provoke Lulu's rage, providing him the perfect chance to intervene heroically before Marianne's eyes.
Moments later,
The thought made him blush and laugh to himself, while his coachman silently pierced his delusions. When Adrian's carriage reached Belmore, he found a crowd gathered outside the clinic, murmuring in excitement at the sight of a unicorn. Confident that our boy was about to embarrass himself, Adrian prepared to enjoy the spectacle. That confidence was shattered when he saw our boy calmly seated on Lulu's back. The unicorn is utterly at ease. Moments later the crowd marveled, and Marianne herself admitted she had never seen Lulu allow anyone else to ride her. Adrian stood frozen, unable to believe the scene. He convinced himself there must be trickery involved, perhaps magic from the elf woman standing beside Ogen. His suspicions crumbled when Lulu suddenly bit the elf's arm, leaving her stunned and silent. Not long after, Ogen right away tended to the injury and ushered the crowd away, while murmurs spread among the onlookers. Determined not to retreat in humiliation, Adrian decided to spy on them. He spotted an open window and began climbing a nearby tree, recalling his academy days as a tree-climbing champion. From the window, he saw our boy treating the elf's bite wound, calmly applying herbs and wrapping it with an unfamiliar technique. Adrian's eyes narrowed at the strange crest glowing faintly on Ogen's hand. Shock struck him as he recognized it, the symbol of House Celestian, the noblest of all elven families. He stared in disbelief, realizing that the so-called commoner vet bore the mark of the highest elven lineage. Ogen notices a faint mark on Selena's hand, while bandaging it, and quickly realizes that what he thought was a minor wound actually carries poison from the creature's saliva. He says that they were lucky it wasn't worse. Selena, reflecting on the creature's earlier reaction, observes that it showed unusual hostility, something rare for its species. Marianne apologizes for the incident and insists on covering the medical costs, but our boy refuses, admitting that it was their own carelessness. When Marianne gestures towards Selena and asks if she works at the clinic, Ogen explains that she's an assistant doctor,
handling prescriptions
and physical tasks around the place. Marianne acknowledges the arrangement, then comments that despite Ogen's reputation, the clinic seems rather small for someone with his skill. The remark sends our boy back to memories of his previous workplace. Right after that, a cramped, noisy building plagued with a clogged toilet, broken heating, and constant complaints about animals. Before he can finish his thoughts, Marianne interrupts, expressing sympathy for his past struggles and admiration for his achievements. Her tone softens into flustered praise as she compliments him and suddenly suggests her family could sponsor a larger clinic, leaving our boy uncertain whether she's proposing business or something else entirely. Before the tension settles, Lulu suddenly lashes out at Zyanja, sending the room into chaos. Both Marianne and our boy rush to restrain them, as Selena observes that unicorns, despite their resemblance to Monoceros, typically get along well with smaller creatures. Marianne bristles at the implication that Lulu's temperament is at fault, and the conversation quickly escalates. Between her and Selena, accusations about manners, bribed reservations, and noble entitlement fill the air. Pio grumbles that nobles really do think differently, earning a glare from Marianne. As the atmosphere grows heated, Lulu thrashes wildly, striking a bookshelf and knocking it over. Just then a loud crash erupts. The window shatters and Adrian tumbles through, landing face first on the floor. Everyone freezes as Selena halts the falling bookshelf midair. Saving it from collapse, the group stares in disbelief, unsure if the intruder is even alive. Adrian lifts his head, bloodied but smiling, and addresses Marianne with exaggerated relief, while Marianne stammers in shock. Pio demands to know who he is. Adrian introduces himself grandly as Adrian, Heaven Crown kisses Pio's hand, and declares his devotion to protecting all beautiful life. Ajin stares at him inwardly, appalled by the theatrical entrance and pretentious tone, comparing Adrian to an overly dramatic influencer. When asked why he entered through a window, Adrian responds indignantly, insisting he is Lulu's primary physician, and accusing our boy of mistreating her. The accusation quickly turns into an argument. Ogen insists Lulu is fine, while Adrian calls him an unqualified fraud, and even brands him a cyber-hooking bastard. Confused Ogen turns to Selena for an explanation, and she clarifies that it's an insult for a deceitful womanizer who lures people in like a carnivorous plant. Realization dawned on our boy a bit too late. Deepening his disbelief, Marianne intervenes, scolding Adrian for his vulgarity. But Adrian presses on, interrogating Ogen about his romantic history. In the midst of the confrontation, Adrian notices a mark on Ogen's hand, and accuses him of being tied to a noble bloodline, or something even more scandalous. Peel blurts out that it must be an engagement ring, causing everyone to look at our boy in shock. Flustered, he explains that the token was a gift from someone named Killian, but his clarification only deepens the confusion. Before anyone can question further, Lulu begins trembling violently, sweat breaking out along her skin. Moments later she collapses, and everyone rushes to her side. Ogen examines her quickly. Her pupils react normally, and though her breathing is heavy, it isn't critical. He calls for Pio to bring a candle and a stethoscope, piecing together the cause. Adrian watches, then grimly announces his own conclusion. Lulu isn't ill, she's pregnant. Adrian examines Lulu, and concludes that she is expecting. Marianne, initially disbelieving, struggles to accept his diagnosis, convinced that the unicorn's isolation in the castle's greenhouse makes pregnancy impossible. Selena supports Adrian's suspicion, noting that Lulu's recent behavioral changes, especially her heightened vigilance, align with early signs of pregnancy. When Ogen introduces a medical device to detect internal sounds, Marianne follows his instructions and, using the tool, identifies Lulu's heartbeat. Then another, smaller and distinct, coming from within her abdomen. Overwhelmed by the revelation, she collapses and Adrian catches her. Meanwhile, our boy calmly explains that the device is called a stethoscope. Adrian is shocked by its accuracy, impressed by how clearly it transmits even the faintest internal sounds. Working together, Adrian and Ajin determine that Lulu is about 4 months along. Marianne rejects the idea again, insisting that Lulu has not left the greenhouse during that time. Her claim only deepens the mystery, since the unicorn had been secluded in preparation for an arranged mating with Prince Theo's prized horse shark. Despite these precautions, the evidence of pregnancy is undeniable. Moments later, Lulu is transferred to the ICU, where Ogon administers fluids and electrolytes through and for to counter dehydration and malnutrition caused by persistent vomiting. The others observe in fascination, noting the directness of a treatment that bypasses digestion entirely. Silence settles. As Marianne tries to process the situation, Selena breaks the quiet reasoning that the arranged meeting with the prince's horse would likely have failed, since unicorns rarely choose partners, and often remain single for life unless they meet one truly worthy. On rare occasions, an exceptional pairing produces a legendary hybrid. With a golden body, Adrian suggests sending Lulu to the palace as a royal gift to explain the situation directly to His Highness. Not long after, believing the prince would welcome such a rare creature, Selena dismisses the idea as unreliable, reminding them that stories of hybrid unicorns are mostly myth, and that no one yet knows who the father is. Adrian points out the many distinguished horses raised under Lady Marianne's care, any of which could be possible candidates. Siegfried admired for speed and beauty, Tara valued for endurance, Dolly known for charm, and Black Thunder famous for strength. Now Marianne concedes that identifying the true partner is essential before any decision can be made. When Adrian volunteers to assist, Marianne instead appeals to Ogon, hoping his medical insight might uncover the truth. He declines, reminding her that a stethoscope cannot determine lineage. Moments later, Adrian intervenes, acknowledging that Ogon's instincts and concern for Lulu make him more suited than anyone else to help. Selena adds that the answer may already be close at hand, since pregnant unicorns typically display distress when separated from their mates. Yet Lulu remained calm throughout the journey. Tracing the timeline, Marian realizes that Lulu's agitation only began after arriving at their destination. The carriage route provides the first clue. At the stable, Joseph tends to a young mongrel horse, unaware of the tension building around him. When Lulu spots the colt, she becomes visibly emotional, rushing toward it and embracing it with clear recognition. The onlookers are stunned. Marianne is horrified, unable to comprehend why a unicorn of royal standing would bond with a common mixed-breed horse. The scene's absurdity draws a quiet remark from our boy, likening it to a dramatic play, where a noble parent rejects a forbidden match. Adrian, observing Lulu's behavior, affirms that despite every expectation, the connection between the two animals is genuine. Marian protests that the colt is too young, but Ojin points out that Lulu's choice is clear, and that separating them would only harm both her and the unborn horse. The evidence leaves Marian speechless, her thoughts circling the impossible reality before her. A unicorn, symbol of purity and grace, bound by affection to an ordinary stable horse. After discovering the truth about Lulu and the horse, Marianne's father confronts Joseph. He tells the young man that allowing a lowly carriage horse to get close to a precious unicorn is utter madness. Joseph goes to explain that he had no idea, but the Count accuses him of lying and attempting to profit from the situation. Despite Joseph's denials, the Count refuses to listen and orders both him and the horse locked up, announcing that punishment will be delivered soon. The maids whisper among themselves, agreeing that the Count is being too cruel. Joseph did nothing wrong. Right after that, they point out that no one can stop animals from being affectionate toward each other. The conversation turns to why Lulu was supposed to be sent to the royal palace, with some realizing she was likely meant as a bribe for the crown princess election at the end of the year. Meanwhile, they mentioned Marianne's participation and how Lulu could have lived in royal luxury if things had gone as planned, but instead ended up with a carriage horse. One maid comments that Lulu probably takes after her owner. Another hint that there are many people who don't know about young lady Marian. Just then, one maid warns the others to be quiet. Just then, another maid rushes in to report that Lulu's condition has worsened. She started coughing up blood. Marian right away hurries to Lulu's side and asks, "What's wrong?" The maid explains that Lulu hasn't been able to eat due to morning sickness and is now vomiting blood. She remembers Selena's warning. Pregnant unicorns become extremely anxious when separated from their partners, and Lulu's health has worsened because of it. The maid cautions that if this continues, the situation could become much more dire. Next, Marian asks when Ogon will arrive, and the maid replies that a message was sent in the morning, but he's delayed due to the distance. Determined, Marian decides to find another doctor nearby and orders that the horse be brought to Lulu. The man leading the horse urges it to move faster, while the maids complain about the smell. They say that being locked up is no excuse, and that he should have been cleaned before meeting the young lady. The man insists it was urgent. Marian silences them and instructs that the horse be sent in. The moment Lulu sees him, she right away runs to him and presses herself close. Mary and orders warm water, saying she'll clean him herself. The maids are shocked, but she ignores their protests, and also instructs them to prepare soup for Lulu. She begins cleaning the horse with a towel, dipped in warm water, thinking that he's a heartless animal, yet unable to forget how her own parents once disapproved of her relationship with a merchant. Son, she reflects that Lulu could have lived surrounded by luxury, but wonders if this simple happiness is what Lulu truly wants. At that moment, our boy arrives. He treats Lulu's condition and explains that, although animals may have preferences, there is no hierarchy among them. Lulu does not see herself as superior to a horse. He sets up an for Lulu and assures Marianne that just being with the one she loves is enough for her happiness. not long after as he provides medicine. He notes that this will help for now, but is only a temporary fix. The real solution is allowing Lulu and her partner to remain together. Marianne quietly agrees. Our boy prepares to leave, mentioning that he must return to the clinic, where many patients await, and his assistant doctor remains, though he silently doubts her empathy. Marianne assures him she understands, saying she'll leave the aftercare to him. As Marianne and Ogden watch, Adrian clings awkwardly to the tree, visibly struggling to climb down. He finally descends, apologizing for his discourtesy, but our boy corrects him, calling it a crime instead. Adrian insists he only climbed the tree out of concern for Lulu, and intended to leave after checking on her. Marianne reminds him that he should have informed the staff, but Adrian explains he tried and was refused entry. Noticing the device in Adrian's pouch, Ogden recognizes it as a stethoscope, and casually comments on how cheap it feels. Adrian, embarrassed, admits it's still a prototype. Our boy advises that a doctor should have proper tools, then prepares to leave, mentioning his busy patient schedule. Adrian watches him go, thinking that Ogden is a better person than he'd imagined, while our boy thinks the opposite, confirming to himself that Adrian is a strange man. Later that evening, Lulu begins eating on her own and regains some strength, bringing relief to Marianne. Adrian tells her that love and care are the best medicine, and praises her for personally tending to Lulu. Marianne reflects that her stubbornness caused Lulu's suffering, and admits she should have reunited them sooner, realizing she was perhaps jealous of her unicorn. She recalls how she was once as innocent as Lulu, but over time, grew used to judging others by their status and wealth. Adrian says that all nobles are like that, but Marianne thinks back to her first love, remembering how she never cared about status, only the beauty in his eyes. She had given up on him for their mutual happiness, and now wonders aloud if she is truly happy. Adrian responds that first loves always end in heartbreak, and that such pain can blind a person to the love already near them. He suggests her true soulmate might already be close. Meanwhile, Marianne feels confused, realizing too late what she had overlooked, and decides to withdraw from the princess selection. As Adrian listens, he secretly takes a small box from his pocket. Not long after, feeling a rare opportunity forming in his heart, he places it before Marianne and starts to speak, but suddenly, she declares that she will make her move on Ogden. Adrian freezes, uncertain he heard correctly, and asks for clarification. In disbelief, Marianne continues, saying she would rather hold power herself than marry someone who already has it, leaving Adrian stunned. She ends the conversation by thanking him, and saying she hopes they can remain good friends. Adrian feels crushed by her words, and vows never to forgive Ogden. Right after that, back at the clinic, Ogden sneezes and Pio continues reading from a paper, informing Ogden that Kyo is being taken in as Lulu's companion, and requesting him to become Lulu's personal doctor. The offer includes 10 times the usual payment, but our boy refuses, explaining he cannot leave the hospital due to his busy schedule, and complains that the tartar won't come off. Even after an hour, Ogden examines the snake whose teeth are being cleaned, spots tartar build up, and instructs Pio to spray saline and prepare anti-inflammatory medicine in cotton. While working, he discovers something lodged between the teeth, and pulls out a small object. The pet's owner is overjoyed, revealing that the creature Shamir is a sacred beast, once gifted to their family by the late king, and that it has just swallowed their heirloom. Our boy notes that some tartar still remains, and several teeth may need extraction, estimating 1 or 2 more hours of work. Selena says that it might take 5 hours, since the beast has another head. Overwhelmed, our boy despairs as the owner tries to cheer him up, presenting a painting of himself and Shamir. The owner explains it was created by their family's official portrait artist, and asks if Ogden likes it. He finds the painting ugly and wants to refuse, but the artist insists he will finish and present it soon, saying it's been a long time since he found such an inspiring subject. While he speaks, Shamir's eyes open and Selena notices right away. Ajin grows tense, wondering if the sedative dosage was enough. Selena raises her hand to cast a protective spell, but Adrian suddenly steps in front of her, and the spell hits him instead of the beast. Meanwhile, Selena recognizes him as the noble doctor, and wonders why he appeared so suddenly. Before anyone can react, Shamir opens its mouth, swallows Adrian whole and gulps him down. Everyone in the room stands frozen, shocked that the beast has just swallowed a man. The clinic is closed for the day, yet a crowd has been waiting outside since dawn. People complain about traveling from afar after hearing of the doctor's skill, while others discuss trying the hospital in the next village instead. Watching from a distance, Adrian feels his anger rising. He cannot forgive Ojin for making women cry, while calling himself the spirit of healing. He recalls a conversation with his assistant. When asked about the spirit of healing, the assistant described it as a legendary being, capable of granting the power to rule the world. Adrian had scoffed at the idea, thinking Lady Marianne foolish for being swayed by such talk, and believing that he himself looked more like a spirit than Ogen ever could. Yet his mind drifts back to the assistant's words about Ogen's miracles healing a flying fish, turning a demon apostle into a cat, the stethoscope hanging from Adrian's neck. A gift from our boy feels heavier, as he remembers being asked if he still cherishes it. He had pretended indifference, saying he would return it and asking if a copy existed. The assistant confirmed it. Now hiding in a tree with binoculars, Adrian muses that he only came to return the tool, wondering why he's here again. Below, our boy is treating a hydra. His two heads move weakly as he scrapes tartar from its gums, rinses with water, and applies medicine to prevent inflammation. Watching closely, Adrian feels reluctant admiration, realizing that our boy's medical skill far surpasses his own even, though he'd been a top student at the Royal Academy. Just then the hydra's tail flicks. It starts to wake from sedation. Adrian notices too late, as the creature lunges forward toward Helena. He runs to save her, and the hydra swallows him in one gulp. Shock ripples through the crowd. Ajin, momentarily stunned, watches as the hydra's owner cries out in panic. Selena quickly assesses that Adrian has been swallowed whole, and prepares to use magic. But our boy stops her, noticing the hydra's tongue has turned purple, and its breathing is blocked. It has swallowed something too large, drawing on a method they once practiced. Ojin and Selena move at once. On his count, Selena strikes the hydra sharply, forcing it to perform a Heimlich maneuver. The creature thrashes, and with another strong hit, Adrian is expelled, landing on the ground. The hydra's breathing steadies, and relief spreads among the owners, who praise our boy's medical skill. Our boy instructs Selena to check Adrian's condition. She confirms that he is alive, but will remain unconscious for a while, due to the magic spell used on the Gemini Hydra.
Ogen silently
Notes that Shamir's condition has also stabilized, though the earlier shock caused bruising on its abdomen. Selena applies ointment and finishes the dressing. Later in the evening, our boy guides the hydra's owners to be more careful, reminding them that any accident, where a pet swallows something, is the owner's responsibility. They promise to be cautious, even joking that they'll make sure it never swallows a human again. A few days later, the Baron sends a painting titled "The Great Rescue Operation." As a gift, our boy dismisses it as bizarre, only to learn that a statue of him, saving Adrian from Shamir's mouth, has also been made. He feels the world has gone mad. Meanwhile, Adrian remains asleep, unaware of it all, while Pio and Selena watch over him. Waiting for him to wake, Adrian wakes up, confused about where he is and what happened. Memories begin to piece themselves together. He was spying on Ogden's clinic, saw the snake awaken and jumped in to save Selena. The next thing he remembers is being swallowed whole. Inside the darkness, he thinks grimly that it's a fitting end for a vegetarian. If there's another life, maybe being reborn as a unicorn with a beautiful heroine wouldn't be so bad. Just then, pain courses through him. He wonders if this is what it feels like to be reborn, silently begging for it to stop. He coughs, and the sound pulls him back to reality. Selena stands beside him, noting that he's conscious now. Adrian, still dizzy, wonders if she's his owner. She tells him not to get up yet. Not long after, the side effects of the magic will leave him dizzy and nauseous, so he should rest for 2 or 3 days. Adrian quietly agrees. Our boy enters with a steaming cup, instructing him to sit up for a moment. He explains that it's medicine for recovery, and insists Adrian drink it all. Adrian obliges while Owen mentions. He even added some of Mandel's leaves to the brew. Not long after, he also informs Adrian that Astrid Manor has already been contacted, and that he can rest here for a few more days. Adrian protests not wanting to impose, but our boy reminds him that as a doctor, he should know health comes first. Adrian thanks him, and our boy says he'll step out so Adrian can rest. As Ogun leaves, Adrian watches, and finds himself thinking that our boy really is a great guy. Embarrassed about his earlier jealousy, Adrian decides he wants to be more like that someday, until he spots a letter on the side table. An invoice loading fee, 500 silver meal fee, 100 silver total, 66.86 silver. Adrian stares at it and curses Owen under his breath. Meanwhile, at the clinic, a couple stands with their cat, worried that their pet's gender might be changed. Our boy explains it's just a figure of speech. The wolf will be castrated. The couple protests, arguing that it's cruel. Our boy patiently reminds them that the wolf's energy has been declining. Caring for the kittens is hard, and the female's health is suffering from too many births. He asks what solution they would suggest. The owner protests that the wolf is still young. Ojin asks if they want to calculate how many more kittens there will be in 5 years, or if they're secretly selling fake fox pups. The owner denies it, but argues that if the surgery happens, what pleasure will the wolf have left? Used to these discussions, our boy explains that frequent mating causes rapid aging, shortens lifespan, and lowers the quality of life for both pet and owner. The couple leaves. TPO assures them she'll help book a surgery date. After they go, our boy grumbles about having to schedule it himself. Soon he's tired of repeating the same advice every time. Pio tells him the next patient is her childhood friend's pet, and asks him to take good care of it. Ogen promises he will. A girl enters holding a large chicken, and says they're here for a checkup. Our boy notes the bird's glossy feathers, and says that it looks perfectly healthy. Bewads that Pop is the biggest and healthiest. Among her friend's pets, the girl nods proudly. 20 minutes later, our boy finishes examining Pop, and concludes the chicken is fit to compete in a prime chicken contest. The girl, still uneasy, mentions that Pop seems thinner lately, but Ojin determines it's not true weight loss. She recalls a seizure during Pop's sleep, and worries it might be serious, but our boy concludes it was likely harmless restlessness. The girl adds that Pop's throat was sore the previous day, fearing infection. Pio reassures her that this is common. After a careful check, Ogen finds nothing abnormal, easing her concerns later. Pio runs in, alarmed Pop has disappeared. Tyr explains she stopped by the bathroom before heading home, and in that moment Pop vanished. Ojin orders all exits and windows sealed. Selena tells everyone in the waiting area to stay put, because an animal is missing. Some patients complain that their pets get restless, confined too long. Sonia calms them as their pets begin to act up. The team searches everywhere but can't find Pop. Ajin asks if Pop likes or dislikes anything particular. Tyr says she doesn't know, but maybe Pop already left. Our boy insists Pop can't open doors or jump through windows. It must still be inside. Pio he remembers that Pop loves men. Our boy notes that some animals prefer lower-pitched voices. Tyr says Pop's obsession with men is extreme. Realization dawned on our boy. That's why Pop clung to him during the checkup. Sionia suggests there's only one place left, a room where a man is sleeping. They rush there and find Pop hugging Adrian tightly. Everyone freezes in surprise. Ojin looks at Tyr, asking why she did this. Ocean confronts Tyr, asking why she deliberately left Pop behind. From the start, he sensed something was off. In all his years as a doctor, he's met countless types of owners, but never a guardian, disappointed to hear their pet is healthy. He points out that no matter how fast a chicken may be, it's too conspicuous and small to lose track of, and far too noticeable to slip through doors, and end up here unnoticed. He demands an explanation. Tyr confesses that she did it, because the Baroness would never believe someone like her. But if a famous doctor, like Ojin, claimed Pop was sick and disappeared, she would not long after. Our boy asks who would even believe such a story. and Tyr answers Baroness. Desperation fills her voice, as she begs Ocean to save her. If she tells the Baroness that Pop is healthy, he'll be hunted. Now a hunting competition is approaching, hosted by the House of Baroness, alongside a banquet for an important guest, rumored to include Prince Theo himself. The Baroness, preparing for the event, plans to cook Pop for the feast. The room falls silent. Pio bursts out in disbelief, questioning why anyone would want to eat someone's pet, especially when the Baroness already owns several large fire chickens. Tyr explains that those chickens died last year from a contagious disease. Ocean remarks there must be other ingredients, yet the Baroness insists on Pop. Tyr goes on big fire. Chickens are prized for their vitality and fertility, creatures renowned for laying many eggs. Families seeking to strengthen their lineage often covet them, believing that consuming such a beast enhances vitality. Our boy bitterly observes that people everywhere are obsessed with stealing others' gifts through superstition. Tyr says the Baroness has long coveted Pop, and now threatens to drive them from their farmland if they refuse. Pio, angered, declares that using someone's livelihood to steal a beloved pet is unforgivable. Tyr pleads again, begging Ogen to write a diagnosis, claiming Pop has a contagious disease, assuring him that no one would dare touch the bird. Then our boy refuses, and the room grows heavy with silence. He explains that the moment a doctor forges a diagnosis, they stop being a healer, they become a fraud, exploiting life itself. Once that line is crossed, no treatment they offer can be trusted. Adrian suddenly interjects, furious, accusing him of valuing professional ethics above life itself. To him, a doctor's duty is to save lives, not cling to rules. Ogen remains resolute, reasoning that if he lies and claims Pop has a dangerous disease, the animal will be branded as infected. The barn could be sealed off, and every creature there might be slaughtered. If the truth comes out later, the family could face punishment or blame for future outbreaks. He states that a doctor's purpose is to save lives, but never at the cost of endangering hundreds. To protect one, if someone cannot understand that, they are not fit to be a doctor. Tyr lowers her head, apologizing quietly. Outside the clinic, Tyr breaks down in tears. Pio tries to comfort her, assuring her that a solution must exist. Tyr despairs that she can never win against nobility, and considers running away with Pop. Just then our boy appears. He tells her there is no need to flee. Right after that, though he cannot help as a doctor, he can assist as a fellow pet owner. Tyr and Pio look up in relief as he explains his plan.
Mumens late Ujin
Instructs Tyr to spread a rumor in the House of Baroness, and without turning, he calls out to the eavesdroppers nearby. He orders them to come out, especially Adrian, whom he assigns an important role. At the Clay's mansion, gossip fills the air. Guests discuss how Duke Astrid's daughter, Lady Marianne, has withdrawn from the prince consort selection. Once considered a strong candidate, the Baroness listens with growing satisfaction. Believing this is her daughter's chance to rise, she imagines the moment her daughter becomes the prince's chosen, and sees it as revenge against every noble who once mocked them. Right after that, the upcoming banquet, she thinks, will be the perfect stage to secure her daughter's future. Her plans are interrupted when Adrian appears at the entrance. The Baroness freezes, startled by his presence, and captivated by his striking looks. As he approaches with composed grace, he requests to speak with her privately. At the table, the Baroness, caught off guard, can only stare, wondering who this impossibly handsome stranger might be. The Baroness, seated beside Adrian, feels as though she is dreaming. Surrounded by admiring glances, she basks in the moment, barely able to believe she is conversing with such a handsome man. At her own party, she asks if he graduated from the royal school, and upon his confirmation, eagerly inquires whether he has met the royal family. Not long after, Adrian replies that he has, mentioning that he saw Prince Theo often, since they attended during the same period. Now the Baroness right away takes mental notes, deciding she must update her home's interior to match the latest royal trends. Curious, she asks about the prince's eating habits. Adrian responds with gentle curiosity, wondering if she intends to serve him a meal now. Embarrassed, she hesitates, but he reassures her, saying he understands the challenge of preparing a dish for royalty. He offers to introduce her to his regular merchant, a secretive trader who only serves the upper class and deals exclusively in rare, high-quality imported ingredients. The Baroness, shocked and delighted, declares she wishes to meet this merchant right away, considering it an unexpected stroke of luck. Adrian escorts her to a small cottage, introducing it as the merchant's meeting place. The Baroness is disappointed by its humble appearance, but her thoughts are interrupted as two figures step forward and introduce themselves as Louis Vuitton and Chanel, none other than Selena and Ogen in disguise. Our boy welcomes her warmly, and Selena comments that she has arrived at just the right moment. The Baroness, wary, suspects they might be con artists. Ogen presents a dessert, describing it as the latest sensation among foreign nobles, a devilish confection called Tonghulu. The Baroness examines the glossy, skewered fruit and hesitantly takes a bite. Instantly, her doubts vanish. The crisp sugar shell shatters with a satisfying crack, releasing a burst of tangy juice that floods her senses. The sweetness and acidity combine perfectly. She is overwhelmed by the taste, and silently admits to herself that these people are genuine, first-class merchants once she's impressed. Ogon smoothly shifts the topic, mentioning a rumor that she recently acquired a rare ingredient, known as the plant of immortality. Next, the Baroness is startled, but our boy continues, describing it as the chickpea of eternal youth, an ingredient said to slow aging, improve health and even prevent ailments, like constipation and hair loss. Enthralled, the Baroness demands to purchase them all, but Ogen explains that every batch is already reserved. Adrian insists that, as a regular customer, they should make an exception. Our boy hesitates, claiming the reserve stock is meant as a gift for the prince. From another customer, the Baroness, alarmed, asks if that customer has a daughter of marriageable age. When our boy confirms, she realizes the rival's intent to win the prince's favor through this rare delicacy. In desperation, she offers to pay 10 times the price. Ajin, fainting nobility, refuses to sell her money alone, claiming that their trade is guided by the pursuit of truth, love, health, and peace. Selena suppresses a sigh at his performance, while the Baroness feels ashamed for exposing her greed before such admirable people. Adrian intervenes again, suggesting that surely compassion requires selling the goods to someone in greater need. The Baroness looks at him, touched, while our boy reluctantly agrees to make an exception and sell the chickpeas before she leaves. Ogen warns her of a crucial precaution. The chickpeas, he claims, contain the mana of the great big fire chicken, the divine ancestor of all fire chickens. Therefore, anyone consuming them must avoid all chicken-related foods for a time, or else suffer reversed effects, rapid aging, disease, constipation, and hair loss. Though none of this is true, the Baroness is horrified. The thought of being unable to eat chicken torments her, but the fear of losing her youth is even worse. She decides to keep the beans and abide by the restriction. Adrian jokes about older men obsessed with vitality, and our boy plays along, mocking the superstition. The Baroness nervously agrees, calling the obsession with fire chicken outdated. Later, back at the clinic, the plan succeeds. Pop is safe. Tear beams with relief and gratitude, thanking our boy for saving her companion. Ogen smiles, saying it was nothing, and hands her a custom carrier, made from the money gained from Baroness Cleese. He explains that it will help prevent future mishaps. Tear, moved, calls him her lifelong benefactor. Our boy laughs modestly, saying she can call on him anytime for help. Meanwhile, the Mandrake sulks in jealousy, as Pop enjoys the attention. Owen offers Tia a part-time job caring for animals, and she eagerly accepts just as the mood lightens. Pop suddenly tries to swallow the Mandrake whole, sending everyone into a panic. And after restraining him and securing him in the cage, our boy reminds Tyr not to bring Pop along when she starts work. Turning to Adrian, our boy hands him payment for his cooperation. Adrian is surprised by the amount, but Ajin quickly clarifies that medical, lodging and other fees have been deducted, leaving only 312 silver. Adrian, outraged, grabs our boy by the collar, calling him a con artist for charging so much. Selena interrupts, reminding Adrian that the treatment was effective. Adrian right away shifts tone, complimenting her skill, and thanking her for the recovery he felt. After taking her prescribed medicine, Selena promises him an additional prescription to maintain his condition, and he accepts with a smile. After Adrian leaves, Selena questions whether it was wise to let him go. Our boy admits that Adrian's medical abilities are decent, and that he works well with her. Still, he brushes off the idea of recruiting him for now. Selena says that his greed for money has reached its peak, and predicts that Ogen will soon regret this decision. Prince Theo sips his tea listening, as talk of the upcoming hunting competition drifts through the room. Baron Doyle kneels to apologize, explaining that he has searched for an opportunity to secure the Monoceros, but the hospital is never empty. Theo scorns such half measures, and demands a bolder plan to present Sionja, the Monoceros, proudly before everyone and seize power with its aid. He warns the Baron that failure will leave him in a perilous position. A sudden chaos interrupts. The Baron's pet Magma grows restless at feeding time, and lunges for a dish of chickpeas. Brought in by a servant, the wolf devours them, prompting Theo to erupt in anger, while the Baron bows and vows restitution, promising tenfold amends, as he scrambles to appease the prince. Meanwhile, at Ogen's clinic, a recent surgical patient is recovering. The staff warn owners that accidents can happen, as animals wake from anesthesia, and cautions them to watch closely. Tyr returns with concerns about Pop's younger sibling, Cheap, who is lethargic and coughing. Ogen examines Cheap, notes a mild cold with muscle weakness, prescribes daily medication and urges careful care. When Tia returns the next day, reporting no improvement, and that her dog has now fallen ill too. Not long after, our boy recognizes the same symptoms across different species, and decides to hospitalize both animals to prevent further spread. Within days, the pattern repeats. Animals from different households arrive with identical signs. Our boy realizes this is more than a simple cold, and urgently instructs pet owners to cover their noses and mouths, and avoid touching things with hands that have handled sick animals, and to wear gloves. He separates symptomatic animals to the second floor, and keeps others on the first. Despite the symptoms being mild, medication brings no progress, and the disease is entirely indifferent to species. Selena warns that at this rate, the outbreak will soon become widespread. Her prediction proves true. The clinic overflows with desperate owners, pleading for care, forced to turn some patients away. Our boy watches as every nearby hospital reaches capacity. Lord Baron arrives in a panic about his indoor pet, Elizabeth, who he insists should not have contracted anything. A newly acquired turtle is revealed as the likely carrier. Baron inquires about nearby empty properties, and a vacant building in the back alley is offered as a temporary annex. Next, realizing the scale of the crisis, our boy accepts the loan, and suddenly finds himself running a second facility, alone, treating patients across 2 sites, and wondering how he can possibly manage without another doctor. Over at Adrian's hospital, he notices an empty ward, and asks why patients are scarce. Meanwhile, his assistant explains that the town is facing an infectious outbreak, and predicts a call for support. Soon after, a letter arrives from Ogon requesting aid. Bring spare medicines and equipment, with a cut offer of 2 gold per hour, and a potential performance bonus. Adrian initially bristles at the tone, intent on burning the presumptuous letter. But then he sees a line mentioning Selena. Collapsing from overwork, conscience overrides pride. Adrian announces he will leave until the war against the pandemic is over, reasoning that where disaster strikes, a doctor must go. His assistant falls silent, recognizing the gravity of the decision. The first epidemic sweeps across the land, prompting Pio to gather everyone inside the clinic and announce strict isolation measures. Any animal showing symptoms must be quarantined, and unnecessary outings are to be avoided. Questions arise about when each patient's cough began, and records quickly pile up. Adrian continues examining patients, after 12 hours of non-stop work, noting swollen throats, but in some cases ruling out the epidemic. Selena is buried in 26 hours of drug testing, while our boy tends to a weak rabbit, after 18 hours of continuous treatment, gently finishing the checkup. As exhaustion weighs on the entire staff, Schwein arrives with Max, reporting that 2 more cases have appeared among the hunting dogs, scheduled for the upcoming competition. The impatient ward overflows and Tyr informs our boy there's no more room still. Ogen insists on finding space, and continues searching for a cure, assuring everyone that they will do their best. Schwein thanks him while Adrian questions why they keep admitting patients beyond capacity. Our boy answers through his actions, unwilling to turn anyone away. Pio reports that some guardians are demanding to discharge their pets, thinking mild coughing is harmless. Ocean rejects the idea, explaining that neglect could lead to irreversible damage, especially for working animals like hunting dogs, which would be abandoned if they lose their value. He firmly believes all animals deserve equal care, regardless of their usefulness. Late into the night, our boy experiments with antibiotics, infused with dragon's power, but all attempts fail. Meanwhile, Selena warns him to stop before overusing. The dragon's energy strains his heart. He blames mana instability, and even considers learning alternative medicine. Selena points out that he hasn't slept in 3 days, before knocking him unconscious for a forced rest. 5 hours later, Ajin wakes in a daze, being fed by Tyr with fresh food. He realizes the egg is from Pop, a healthy chicken who hasn't caught the epidemic. Tyr mentions that both Pop and Sianja are fine, despite exposure just then. Our boy connects the dots, running through every possible shared trait, diet, blood type, temperament, until his eyes fix on Sianja, who is being spat on by the mandrake, just as the mandrake spat on Pop. That's why Sianja and Pop didn't develop the infection. Using a sample of mandrake saliva, mixed with that of an infected animal, and Ogen observes the gray experimental leaves turn green, confirming a cure. The clinic erupts in relief, as our boy and the team praise the mandrake for saving countless lives. Now comes the issue of mass production. The team debates methods, pressing, diluting, but Selena prepares a sweet nutrient drink. Mixed with diuretics, the mandrake gulps it eagerly, saliva dripping from its leaves in abundance. Ogen marvels at how quickly they can now collect the essence and begin synthesizing the medicine. By morning, the epidemic subsides. Max's cough fades and his strength returns. Our boy feels deep relief while administering the final vaccine doses. As he finishes the last prescription, heavy knocks thunder against the clinic door. Voices from outside announce that Lord Baron has arrived and demand our boy's arrest. Baron arrives at the clinic with his men, drawing a confused crowd that murmurs questions about the scene. Moments later, Ajin opens the door, calmly meeting the Baron's gaze, as the noble declares his arrest for spreading an animal epidemic and exploiting treatment fees. Our boy's expression tightens, recalling the lie he once spun to protect Sianja. He points to Sianja's fading, M-shaped mark as proof of his success, recognizing that the accusation is just a pretext. The Baron's true goal is to seize Sianja. Pio steps forward, defending Ogen's integrity, but the Baron dismisses his words angrily. Next, our boy ends the argument, agreeing to go quietly, but insisting on sedating Sianja first. The Baron hesitates, then relents. Odin quietly signals Selena to prepare for an escape. Using magic, Selena misunderstands, readying herself to strike instead. Once Sianja is sedated and placed in the cage, a faint light flickers from our boy's ring finger. The signal Selena acts not with magic, but with a sudden punch that sends one of the Baron's men collapsing. she grabs Xianja and flees into the crowd. The Baron orders his men to pursue, prioritizing the cat over Ojin. Our boy recognizes their intent, confirming his suspicions. The Baron seizes Ocean by the collar, threatening destruction, but Pio steps in, refusing to let the clinic be damaged. Adrian moves forward to shield Pio, forcing the Baron to withdraw. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, the men take Ocean away moments later. Our boy entrusts the clinic to Pio and Adrian, hoping that Selena can keep Siona safe. Rumors soon ripple through the city that Ojin, once the hero who fought the Monoxus, is responsible for the epidemic. The Baron announces a public trial, drawing attention from every corner. In prison, our boy rests briefly after days of exhaustion, until the Baron and his wolves arrive. The Baron demands the location of the cat and the elf. Ojin remains silent, inwardly relieved, knowing that Selena and Zionia have escaped. The Baron threatens violence, gesturing toward his growling wolves. Our boy observes Magma trembling, his posture uneven and signs of pain clear. He examines the wolf briefly, noting blood in the urine and lethargy. Diagnosis reveals a severe hernia, neglected for far too long. Ogen concludes that immediate surgery is necessary to save the animal's life. Outside the mansion, Selena hides with Siona, who grows increasingly restless. Selena steadies her grip, whispering reassurance with quiet determination that our boy is still unharmed. Ogen diagnoses Magma with a hernia, and right away, orders the wolf to be moved to a clean room for emergency surgery. He directs the preparation of tools, medicine and anesthesia, maintaining a calm authority as the procedure begins. Once anesthesia has taken effect, and the area is disinfected, our boy starts the operation with steady precision. The Baron stands nearby watching anxiously, while a servant hands over a protective apron and gloves to minimize infection risk. Throughout the surgery, our boy keeps tight control, requesting temperature checks, timing the next dose of anesthesia, and insisting on proper sterilization of each instrument. The Baron grows tense, unsure whether to trust Owen's judgment, and outside the room, he finds himself questioning the diagnosis, until a memory surfaces of Magma's mother, who died with similar symptoms. Staring at her portrait, realization dawned that she too suffered from the same condition. Meanwhile, in the Baron's office, petitions demanding Oyen's release begin to pile up. Among them is a letter from Lady Marianne, Astrid's family, threatening to report the Baron's false accusations to the king unless our boy is freed. Servants voice their outrage, alarmed by the mounting backlash. The surgery concludes successfully. The Baron rushes to see his companion, breathing steadily as Owen calmly explains the regimen, a week of medication, and a future appointment for suture removal. Finally, exhaustion overtakes our boy, and he collapses onto a nearby sofa, succumbing to sleep after days of relentless work. The Baron notices the raw marks left by handcuffs on Owen's wrists, and quietly instructs that they not be used again. Back in prison, our boy drifts into a dream. He finds himself surrounded by the warmth of home. His parents' voices echo faintly. His mother frets that his clinic must be struggling again now, while his father laments his stubbornness, recalling how Ojin rejected medical school to become a veterinarian. He questions what's so noble about tending to animals. Yet our boy in the dream feels only peace. An animal appears pressing against him, something between a cat and a lion, warm and comforting elsewhere. Theo confronts the Baron about the missing monasteros. The Baron reports that it was taken by the Etherion order, revealing that Selena was an agent of theirs. Reports confirm her involvement with suspicious groups of elves. Theo's anger erupts, condemning the Baron's incompetence. The Baron apologizes and hesitantly asks whether Ogen should now be released, mentioning the mounting complaints from both nobles and commoners. Theo, weary of the matter, allows him to decide at the mansion. Our boy is freed before leaving, He instructs the servants to return, with magma in 3 days for stitch removal, and hands over a list of precautions. A servant mentions another patient, a hunting dog with bad knees, and our boy agrees to examine it, soon stepping outside. Ogen finds his friends waiting at the gate. Shock and relief wash over him, as they reveal they were prepared to storm the castle. If his release had been delayed any longer. Moments later he thanks them, and moments later Sionade, Mandrake and Pop rush forward, enveloping him in a joyous embrace. Selena stands nearby safe and smiling. Holding Sionja close, our boy recalls his dream, and the figure so much like her, reaffirming his conviction that becoming a veterinarian was the right choice. From a window inside the mansion, the Baron watches silently. His servant nervously asks if they are truly letting Ajin go. Not long after, the Baron's gaze lingers on the scene, as the servant insists that something strange happened. In the cell, Monoceros was seen licking the doctor's face. Before vanishing, the Baron brushes off the claim, though inwardly his thoughts betray a deep uncertainty, declaring Ajin the winner of their conflict. Days later, a sealed envelope arrives at the Baron's desk, a detailed surgical bill from our boy. Reading it, the Baron grips the paper with white knuckles, swearing never to forgive him. In the morning, Adrian arrives at the clinic, greeting Selena as he presents the herbs she requested earlier. Ojin, watching from afar, wonders why Adrian has returned yet again. Now Selena examines the bundle, surprised that such rare herbs were found out of season. Adrian, confident, declares that nothing is beyond his reach. She hands him another list, which he accepts eagerly. As Selena inspects the supplies, Adrian comments on their excellent quality, especially praising a sprig of Sprincia, only to realize it has vanished from his hand. The culprit is Bloop, the small blob creature now chewing on the herb. Adrian scolds it and reaches out to retrieve the plant, but Bloop bites his finger, splits into 3 and smacks him across the face. Glaring, Adrian grumbles that creatures truly resemble their owners, and every animal raised by our boy has a bad temper. Selena corrects him, declaring Bloop as her child, which prompts Adrian to remark that no wonder it has such fine taste in herbs. Bloop smirks mischievously, and Adrian freezes, realizing the creature just smiled at him. Selena places Bloop into a cage to contain his antics. Inside the clinic, Bloop, also known as Ping Ping, is no ordinary blob. He narrates his dominion with pride, claiming the herb room on the 2nd floor as his territory. Among the hundreds of animals passing through each day, only 2 beings truly hold authority, himself and Kim Seoja, Ojin's right hand and the hospital's enforcer. Though Seong-a possesses unmatched physical strength, she dares not provoke him next. Within Ping Ping's forehead lies a vision core, capable of multiplying his body infinitely, spreading calamity upon those who anger him. When they first met, Shanja sensed his danger and attacked, but Ping Ping revealed his power, silencing all resistance. Since then, he has lived comfortably under Selena's protection, sharing rule over the clinic with Sonia. Later that day, an owner rushes into the clinic with a lifeless pet, struck by a carriage pleading for help. Ajin examines the small body, finds the airway clear and orders timed compressions. He performs CPR methodically, ignoring the owner's disbelief. Moments later, the animal coughs and breathes again. Shock turns to awe as the owners proclaim it a miracle, while Ping Ping observes from his cage, marveling at our boy's ability to bring life back from death. Ogen requests a single leaf from Mandel. Ping Ping, disdainful, recalls Mandel's lowly status as Xiaojang's minion, and mocks its pitiful dancing. Mandel glares back, prompting Ping Ping to taunt him further. Amused by the lack of response, night descends, and Ping Ping resumes his self-imposed training, running on his wheel until he divides into 3 copies, creating chaos throughout the clinic. He admires his stronghold, a cozy setup gifted by our boy as a sign of loyalty, perfectly positioned for temperature and humidity. His satisfaction turns to fury when he discovers his stronghold damaged beyond recognition. He right away suspects Mundle, who smirks from a distance. Rage flares as Ping Ping accuses him of defiance. Mandel, empowered by recent medicinal herb enhancements, stands his ground not long after. Ping Ping mocks him for daring to challenge his superior, then launches an attack. Mandel dodges and Ping Ping crashes backward. Assessing his opponent, Ping Ping notes the improvement in Mandel's body and resilience, but reminds him that without his pot, he is nothing, a plant doomed to wither. With a swift blow, Ping Ping shatters Mandel's pot, sending him to the floor in despair. Declaring dominance, Ping Ping demands that he kneel. Meanwhile, Mandel glares up, desperate and furious, preparing his secret weapon, a sonic shriek capable of rupturing eardrums. Ping Ping senses danger, tries to cover his ears, and realizes his stubby arms cannot reach them. The attack fails, producing only a weak trembling sound. Ping Ping mocks Mandel's silence, satisfied at his opponent's downfall. Moments later, our boy enters, drawn by the chaos. He surveys the mess, and the fallen Mandel with his broken pot. Right away, understanding what happened, kneeling beside the crying plant, he soothes it gently, assuring it will be fine. Lifting the fragments of the pot, Ogen smiles faintly, and decides it's time to repot Mundle once again. After receiving an excess of super growth serum, Mundle grows to 1na/2 times his original height. Our boy prepares a larger pot for him, layering it with top-grade soil, and finishing with premium organic nutrients. Yet as Mandel settles into his new home, he quickly appears unwell. Ogen examines him closely, puzzled by the lack of response. Selena, watching silently, suddenly plucks one of Mandel's leaves. The action startles our boy, who turns in shock. A quiet cry erupts from Mandel, echoing through the clinic. He flinches, covering his ears, while Selena freezes, equally startled. After a tense silence, Mandel gives a weak response. Next, our boy concludes that frequent removal from his pot dulled Mandel's voice, and reassures him it will return naturally over time. Next, the following day, Mondo looks even worse, leaves drooping, surface pale, and signs of accelerated aging spreading. Oyen's worry deepens, fearing Mandel might wither completely. Selena wonders if the fertilizer was insufficient, and suggests adding more, but before she can act, Pio steps in, warning against ignorance. She insists that replacing the entire soil caused Mandel's rejection. The soil, familiar to Mandel, is like his lifeblood. Replacing it all at once left him too weak to adapt. Had they delayed treatment, Mandel would not have survived. Pio takes charge, ordering immediate corrective steps. All leaves are to be removed to conserve moisture, and the Mandel is placed in a ventilated area, shielded from sunlight to suppress photosynthesis. Ajin quietly encourages Mandel to endure the next few days, promising recovery that night. Under the moonlight, Mandel stands silent and still, weeping softly from his stem. Ping Ping waddles over cheerfully, unaware of the tension, and demands a playful kick. Before he can act, our boy catches him mid-motion. Just then, realization dawned. Ping Ping stole the missing medicinal herbs. Ogen scolds him for greed and carelessness, pointing out his excessive weight gain. Ping Ping retaliates by biting his fingers. At that moment, Shanja appears and strikes Ping Ping across the head. The mark on Ping Ping's body flares to life, glowing intensely. Our boy panics, recognizing the dangerous surge of energy, and pleads for the reaction to stop. His necklace suddenly shines with radiant light, enveloping Ping Ping in a containment barrier. The mark's power, his division core, is absorbed into the necklace. Ogden stumbles backward as the energy disperses across the room. One pulse strikes Mandel's pot. Mandel instantly revives, color returns. His form grows vibrant, and he starts to sway as if dancing. Our boy stares in disbelief. Meanwhile, Selena explains that the energy from Ping's division core triggered rapid cell division in Mundle, causing extraordinary regeneration and accelerated growth. Pio celebrates Mundle's recovery, relief evident on her face. Ogen laughs quietly as tension dissolves. Selena picks up the exhausted Ping Ping, assuring him his core is safe and will restore with time. Our boy warns not to feed Mandel's leaves to Ping Ping again, while Selena acknowledges the brilliance of the division core that saved them all. She quietly credits her master for its creation. In the Western Forest there is a ghost story, known as the Tale of the Legless Beauty. She's said to appear as a beautiful woman, with long hair, but in reality, she is a man-eating monster, with sharp teeth and no hind legs, crawling on her front legs. She appears whenever she hears a baby cry. Some say she is the vengeful spirit of a yokai, who went mad after losing her child. Pio tells the story with conviction, insisting it is true, but Ogen dismisses it as absurd and baseless. Pio sticks to her claim, while our boy questions the lack of witnesses. Then Selena reveals she encountered signs of the creature in the Western Forest a week earlier. Traces of something crawling on its front legs marked the ground. The eerie presence had driven people away, allowing her to gather herbs in peace. Ogen becomes uneasy, and suddenly a scratching sound comes from the door. Both Pio and our boy are startled, while Selena says that it sounds like someone is there, despite their warnings not to open it. She swings the door wide, revealing Max. Our boy is startled and notices Max holding Mr. Schweine's clothes in his mouth, suspecting something may have happened to Schwein, and follows Max to find out. Moments later, when he reaches Schwein, he finds him safe and well. Schwein greets him and asks what brings him there.
Oh, hinrelieft.
Thanks him. Schwein identifies the fabric as a piece of Max's comfort toy, realizing the dog must have been bored because he had been too busy lately. While in the forest, our boy notices that Schwein is working late. Schwein points to a net hanging in a tree. The kitten is trapped inside. He explains that poachers have been active in the Western Forest, setting nets everywhere, and young animals keep getting caught. One kitten is hanging too high for him to reach, so he goes to fetch a pole. While waiting, Ogen notices marks on the tree, deep scratches as if something had clawed at it. Schwein also observes that the footprints around the tree are strange, resembling those of a creature crawling. Only on its front legs. Both grow uneasy. Remembering the ghost story just then, they hear the sound of crying. Our boy asks Schwein to stop making that noise, admitting he hates things like this. Schwein denies it, but the crying sound grows closer. Then a figure appears and both freeze, fearing the legless monster has come. Instead, it is a fox. Ogen notices its hind legs are injured, explaining the dragging footprints.
Moments later,
the trapped kitten continues to cry from above, and the fox barks at it, clawing at the tree. Our boy realizes the fox is reacting to the cries, and suspects it plans to eat the kitten. The crying continues and the net starts to shake. Just then the cage falls. Ogen rushes forward, catching it just in time. Now relieved, he looks inside and sees that it is not a kitten, but a fox cub, and it is already dead. A sound behind our boy makes him turn. The large fox stands there, preparing to attack. Ogen realizes he let his guard down. Just then, Selena appears and shoots the fox with a tranquilizer. The animal collapses unconscious. Selena checks our boy for injuries, and finds him unharmed. She had arrived just moments earlier, drawn by curiosity about the rumored creature, which has now revealed itself as a celestial fox. Ajin examines the fox closely, confirming its identity, and noting numerous wounds across its body, including gunshot injuries on the hind legs. Selena inspects it as well, observing that it must have given birth recently. Its glands are swollen, and there are faint traces of suckling, suggesting it has not nursed for some time. Our boy realizes that the dead fox cub in the net must be its child. The fox cub was killed by hunters who cursed their luck. Disappointed that it wasn't fully grown still, they decided the white fur would fetch a good price. Before they could take it away, the mother's furious cry pierced the forest, as she lunged at them, forcing the hunters to flee. In the silence that followed, she approached her cub's body, only to see a small cat emerge beside it.
Souffle mewing moments later.
She gathered her injured cub and lay down in the rain. As the cub weakly nursed later that night, the mother opened her eyes again. While she slept, the same cat appeared nearby. Meanwhile, the baby fox crawled toward it, and the two began to play until in the next instant, both were caught in a net. The mother woke to the sound, spotting her cub trapped high in the branches, and cried helplessly beneath the tree. Now in the present, the mother fox thrashes violently on the clinic floor. Our boy struggles to hold her still, but she sinks her teeth into his arm. Reacting quickly, he injects a tranquilizer into her neck. Her body tenses then slowly relaxes, as he keeps her from tearing open her stitches. Morning comes, and a low growl echoes through the waiting room. Drawing attention, Siona crawls closer, trying to peek inside the treatment room, where the sound originates. It has been 3 days since the fox was admitted, yet she still goes berserk each time she wakes, her body already building a tolerance to the sedatives. Pio quietly wonders if the fox doesn't realize her cub is dead, but our boy disagrees. The cub's body had been lifeless for several days. If the mother had remained nearby, she must have known moments later. Our boy notices the stitches tearing open again, the wound refusing to heal, as if her body mirrors the torment in her mind. Trauma Ogen reflects exists in animals too. Trapped in memories of pain and anger, they attack themselves and the world around them, like the monsters in Western ghost tales. The kitten rescued alongside the fox has recovered after 4 fluids. Still fragile, it needs careful monitoring. Our boy reminds Pio to keep its temperature steady and ensure it stays far from the fox's cage. Pio agrees and goes to replace the kitten's cold water bottle. With a warm one, the kitten mewed softly, glancing toward the mother fox's cage. When Pio returns with the heating pad, she freezes. The cage door hangs open. The kitten is gone. Panic floods her as she spots it inside the fox's enclosure, nestled against the mother's body. Pio alerts our boy right away, fearing the worst in the fox's unstable condition. Any movement could turn fatal, but when they rush in, they find the kitten pressed against the fox. Suckling quietly, the fox stirs. Her eyes flicker open and a tear slips down her face. Next, instead of lashing out, she lowers her head and gently licks the tiny creature. The entire room stands still, stunned by the sight of a wounded predator, finding peace in the warmth of another life. The next day, the kitten dashes across the clinic floor, dragging Pio's glove between its teeth. Pio half-heartedly reaches for it before giving up. As the kitten scampers straight toward the fox's cage, she decides to retrieve it later. What matters more is the fox itself. Its recovery, once stagnant, has become astonishing. Wounds that had refused to close now knit cleanly, and its rest is no longer plagued by nightmares. Pa marvels at the progress, unable to believe the creature once thought crippled now moves its paws again. The nerves still alive have begun to regenerate. Our boy watches quietly, reflecting that he cannot restore all that humans have taken, but at least he can return a fragment of what was lost. When the fox and kitten are finally released, they step into the forest together. He bids them farewell in silence, hoping never to meet again under such painful circumstances. The fox glances back once, as if an acknowledgement, before vanishing into the trees. In time, rumors about the monster in the western forest fade away. A gentler tale takes their place, a story of a white fox roaming with a small cat always by its side. Meanwhile, in the clinic, the mandrake stretches proudly in its pot, drawing curious stares. Visitors whisper about the strange radish-like plant, moving on its own, speculating whether it's the hospital's guardian spirit. Some insist it's a mandrake, while others claim the true guardian is a terrifying cat, rumored to silence even wild beasts annoyed by the chatter. The mandrake stomps towards Sonia's food bowl and flips it over in defiance. The crowd gasps. How dare it challenge the cat's authority? Their shock deepens when Sonia herself appears. Eyes glinting, the mandrake freezes in dread as she advances. Now she leaps forward, but instead of attacking, coughs up a hairball right on top of it. Confusion ripples through the onlookers, until our boy calmly explains that cats often swallow loose fur while grooming, which later clumps and is expelled by vomiting. Realizing how little he's brushed her lately, he decides it's time for a proper grooming session. An hour later, Sonia's fur still seems endless. The shedding piles grow higher, and our boy starts to worry. The cat might go bald at this rate. Then a small patch of bare skin catches his eye. Examining it closely, he realizes with a pang of dismay that it could be fungal dermatitis. The thought stings. How could a veterinarian overlook his own cat's condition? He takes out a carefully crafted tool, built by the finest craftsman in town, the world's first manual pet clipper. Though unnecessary for treatment, he feels compelled to use it. As he begins clipping, Zionia hisses and bolts from the table. The moment calls for restraint, but the doctor in him refuses to retreat. A vet must never back down. In a battle of wills with an animal, summoning his resolve, he steadies himself, whispering soft reassurances. As he continues, Sonia rides and cries, but he presses on gently, dead set on finish quickly for her sake. Then, without warning, her neck starts to glow. Light spreads, flooding the clinic with a radiant brilliance, visible even from outside. Startled, our boy steps back as a magic circle forms beneath her. From within the circle, Killian materializes. Not a projection but the man himself. Later, over tea, our boy recounts everything. Killian listens intently, then explains that Sonia's condition isn't a disease at all but a natural phase of shedding. Monosaurus undergo cycles of rapid growth, during which they shed their fur completely. To renew their vitality, they must purify themselves in the pond of sable. If they fail to do so, the fur may fall but never return. Our boy realizes with quiet concern that the beloved mascot of his clinic, the cat adored by every visitor, is suffering from severe hair loss. Killian observes the condition calmly, explaining that while it poses no major health risk, it will simply take time for the fur to grow back. The reassurance does little to ease
Ogen's determination.
He resolves to find the pond of sable right away, convinced it will help his companion recover. Killian clarifies that the pond is not a single, fixed location, but a type of lake rich in mana and spiritual energy, home to sable seals that feed on it. There is one in the Belmore region, though it lies within a protected zone, controlled by the Etherion Order, perilous for ordinary travelers. Unfazed, our boy insists they depart at dawn. Selena voices her concern, warning that the journey is dangerous, but Killian agrees to act as their guide. He asks about the clinic, yet Ogen assures him the patients will be fine. Adrian will oversee everything in his absence. By morning they reach the western forest. The land feels like a living myth, dense, hushed, haunted by countless ghost stories. Strange lights shimmer between the trees, and even the air hums with mana. Few dare to walk here soon. They spot a red flower slithering, and Killian notes that the lake must be close.
Moments later,
Ogen crouches beside an unfamiliar blossom, remarking on its unusual shape, but Selena warns him not to touch it. The sable seals release toxins when disturbed, and countless other dangers hide among the roots. Just then Sionja trots up proudly, a snake dangling from her jaws. Our boy bends down, stroking her in praise, while Selena carefully removes the snake. The serpent's body bears a distorted human face, a face snake rare and deadly. Not long after, Ogen shudders at the sight, and quickly places Sionja inside her case, to keep her out of further mischief. Killian chuckles quietly, noting that the cat looks thoroughly offended by the restraint. When they reach the lake, the surface glows with soft luminescence, mana swirling beneath like liquid starlight. Even our boy, accustomed to the extraordinary, is briefly left speechless. Entranced by its beauty, he decides to enter the water alone. Killian protests, warning it's too dangerous, but Ogen insists. Cats become extremely wary when exposed, and the presence of others would only cause more distress. She barely tolerated being groomed. A bath would be even worse. Killian relents, invoking the blessing of the water spirits. His chant summons the protection of Celestian,
cloaking Ogen in enchantment,
and granting him gills that shimmer faintly under the monolith. Now untouched by danger, our boy takes a steady breath, steeling himself, joking under his breath. He admits he would rather pass out than face what comes next. Still, he gathers Sonia in his arms, coaxing her gently with treats. As they descend into the glowing pond, the cat's paws skim the surface, and instead of panic, calm spreads across her features. The sight amazes him. A thought forms. Perhaps this is the mythical water attribute cat, the kind said to appear only to those whose families have performed 3 generations of good deeds. Sonia drifts gracefully beneath the water, her fur glinting like flowing silver. Not long after, the sight melts our boy's composure, leaving him wishing for the conveniences of his old world. Cameras, barbecues, cold beer or coffee, anything to preserve the moment. The lake sparkles around them, with bubbles of mana that burst like carbonated light. As our boy brushes her fur, starts to peel away in translucent waves, as if she were shedding not just hair, but skin. Ocean marvels at the transformation, until the soap slips from his grasp, drifting toward a patch of strange flowers. Reaching instinctively, our boy realizes too late that he has touched the poisonous Celsia. A sting flashes across his hand and the world blurs. The water collapses into darkness. When Ojin opens his eyes, he's no longer in the lake, but in an unfamiliar place. Our boy looks around in confusion, whispering to himself in disbelief. Then a massive pole rests on his shoulder. Turning slowly, he finds a lion standing behind him, its golden eyes calm and unblinking. He freezes, the question forming on his lips. Who is this creature that stands before him? Confused after seeing the Manoceros, Ogen fears when the creature moves closer to him, but to his surprise it starts licking him. Other Manasas join in and Ogen thinks he's dreaming, but the sensation feels so real that he starts to tell them that their tongues are hurting. While he notes that being loved by a lion is like winning the lottery, he spots a little white cub that joins in to play with him, and Ogen suspects Sioja looked like it before its horn was cut off. As he wonders if Xionia's horn can grow back, a voice from not too far off tells him it depends on him. Ojin immediately looks in that direction and sees a figure partly hidden, but all of a sudden, a black Manoceros grabs him and yanks him. From the other Pierce Ocean looks at it, wondering why it's acting so differently, but from the color and behavior, he suspects it's Xionia. Shortly afterwards, he wakes up by the lakeshore, and the elves tell him he fainted after taking Sibelsia's poison, and if it weren't for the protective barrier, he would have been in danger. Worried, Oya asks for Xianja, and Selena tells him he's safe. He sees Xianja on his lap, and Selena tells him Xianja dragged him out when he lost consciousness. Utterly shocked, Ojin exclaims, but Killian tells him that he was floating, thanks to the protective barrier, and this makes him apologize to Xionia for being the one protected, despite being the guardian. He then notices that Xionia has grown a bit, so he grabs the cat and celebrates, saying they should come to the spring one more time.
Killian fin d'Ogen's attitude amusing.
Because he was just in danger, and he has now disregarded it. As they head back, Ojin tells them that he saw Manoceros in his dream, in a place like an old castle. Telling them about it makes him remember his previous dream, in a cell where he saw a black Manoceros, which looks like Xionia. To his surprise, Selena tells him the Manoceros he saw was truly Xionia, but Ojin has a hard time believing, because the Manoceros he saw back then was huge, and it had a mane. When he explains it to the elves, Killian points out how Xionia's mane has started growing. But this confuses Ojin the more, because he believes manes are attributes of male lions. When he brings up the matter, Selena blatantly asks him if he didn't know Xionia was a male. Utterly confused, Ojin asks her what she's talking about, because he did not recollect seeing the cub's jewels throughout the time he examined it. But then Killian explains to him that the jewels are only visible during mating season. Upon getting back to the clinic the following day, Pa shows Ojin lots of the house call letters, written to him by a lot of pet owners, and he notes that their hospital no longer accepts house call requests. However, there are exceptions due to unavoidable circumstances, like the patient being too big, ferocious, or other strange reasons. Still, Owen wouldn't consider it when the hospital is busy, but with Adrian, who refuses to go home, because he believes Owen is overworking the ladies, he chooses to take house call request for the first time in a while. And first he starts by going through the documents, and he sees Baron Belmore's rabbit, which makes him wonder why the man didn't bring Elizabeth to the clinic, like always. But then he realizes there are 33 of them. Immediately he senses trouble, so he heads there with Pio, who finds the little bunnies cute, but then she sees the havoc they are wreaking, and is surprised by it, since giant lop-eared rabbits are known to be gentle. Ogen points out the little rabbit's teeth, and calls them demons in rabbit skin. Before long the Baroness approaches him, and after learning he's the vet, she begs him to throw all the bunnies out, but Belmore shows up right behind her, and tells Ocean not to listen to her, He then yells at her to get out, because she doesn't like rabbits, and this pisses her off, because she wants him to leave her place. So she tells him to leave. He gets mad at her, calls her a hag, and informs her that the house is his. But then she reminds him that it's her land, and then she rains insults on him. The two of them go at it, ignoring Odin's statement to calm them, and proceed with the vaccination. And at one point, he loses it and switches into his strict doctor's mode. There he yells at the servants to capture the rabbits, put an identification collar on them, and place them in separate cages. They get to it, and an hour later, they successfully capture the little bunnies. Ojin then carries out his inspection, identifying each one of them, but then something strange happens. It's there that he realizes that they are short by 5. When Belmore learns of this, he sees the list, and realizes that it's the smallest sets that are missing, so he orders his servants to search the entire house. They get to work, but an hour later, they come back, looking dejected because they couldn't find anything, despite turning the house upside down. Belmore angrily demands the bunny's caretaker's presence, and he blasts them with words for not doing their jobs properly. Ojin instead questions them logically to know when they last counted the number. One of them says that since the pets live indoors, they don't count that often, and the last time they confirmed their complete numbers was about a week ago. He then asks her about the missing bunny's condition, to know if she noticed anything unusual, but she apologizes before revealing that she cannot tell them apart from the rest. This enrages Belmore, and he insults them before sacking them. Ojin calms him down before asking them why they haven't put identification tags on the bunnies all this time, since it shouldn't be hard for them, given the number of staff. But then they complain about the bunnies' personalities, and how they hate the tags so much. Plus Belmore forbade it. Pio immediately informs Belfort that he can't manage them that way, and he finds it weird that they can't tell the bunnies apart when he can. His wife then walks in, saying he can do that because he's a rabbit freak. He gets mad at her and assumes she was the one who did something to his missing rabbits, and she's surprised at his accusation. He reminds her that she never liked them, so he suspects she's the one. But then she argues back at him. Ojin then asks her if she knows the bunny's location, because they are so weak that it would be difficult for them to survive in the wild. She then tells him that she doesn't know, and if she wanted to get rid of them, there was no need for her to do that with only 5. Logically, Belmore believes that she must have been trying to get rid of them secretly in a way that he wouldn't notice. But then she reminds him that she wouldn't care about what he notices, and would do it right in front of him. He realizes that it's true, so she asks desperately for a solution, knowing that the remaining will end up someday as huge as Elizabeth, who already messes up the place quickly. Belmore rushes to comfort his pet, and the Baroness angrily storms off. One of the servants, named Thomas, then asks Ojin for the possibility of the pets running off on their own. He notes that the remaining 5 were especially small, and bullied often. The other lady adds in, saying that it's because of the pet situation that they fed them separately. Owen wonders if that's the case, because giant lop-eared rabbits hate going outside. So he makes up his mind to trail wherever they go, as the Baron orders the servants to get Elizabeth some snacks. Belmore recalls the Baroness's earlier statement, so he requests they get him a few hunting dogs with a keen sense of smell. After all, rabbits take dumps a lot, so he believes they must have left lots of droppings behind. If they ran away, they gather the dogs to sniff their dumps and trail the scent, but the first that gives it a whiff stares angrily at Ogen. So Ogen had to apologize before asking for help. He then orders the servants to search everywhere with the dogs, but most of them come back with negative responses. One, however, finds the trail, and they see how the entire field is littered with rabbit dumps. Ogen finds it strange, because there wasn't anything like that around the entire mansion, but only in the back garden, and after carefully observing, he notes that there's a mixture of fresh and old droppings. Belmore then orders the rest to continue searching, and while they are at it, Ogen studies the droppings, but Belmore starts panicking, wondering if his bunnies had grown wings and flown away. But then Ogen realizes why they couldn't trace the bunnies earlier. and that's because the bunnies didn't leave the droppings there on their own. So for starters, he asked Belmore where the people who work on the mansion live. Once Belmore tells them they use a separate building, Ojin asks about the married ones, and Belmore says they get a house near the mansion and live separately. Immediately, Ojin turns to Thomas and asks if he's married, and after getting a positive reply, he points to Thomas and says he's the culprit. Thomas is shocked and cannot defend himself before Belmore, who orders for a search party to check his house. When they get there, they find all 5 of the bunnies they were looking for, and Belmore happily reunites with them. Before yelling at Thomas for taking them away from the others, he asks if Thomas had planned to sell them to make money, and he wonders if the salary he paid Thomas wasn't enough. But then Ojin pulls through by announcing that if Thomas wanted to sell them, he would have done that long ago. And from what he has heard so far, the smaller the giant lops, the more expensive they are, and if they got a little bigger, they wouldn't sell well, just like Ojin has said. He then points Belmore's attention to the bunnies, and the man notices how bigger and fatter they are compared to when they were at the mansion. So Ojin asks Thomas to explain why he took them, and Thomas reveals that he didn't take them for any evil intent, but planned to raise them with him for a bit before returning them to the mansion. Even Belmore is surprised, as he learns that Thomas had good intentions, and the reason he had kept the smaller bunnies with him was because, if he had left them at the mansion, they would have died confused. The Baron asks Thomas to explain, and he informs him that the rabbits are extremely sensitive to changes in their environment, which is why they feel anxiety easily, and are aware of their guardian's emotions. Because the Baron was angry at his wife, the bunnies picked up on their negative emotions, so they were anxious that they might be abandoned one day. Hence the bunnies started acting to eliminate the weakest individuals, so that they themselves could survive. If the remaining 5 had been with them, they would have been tormented and eventually died. The claim seems wild to the Baron, but then, Ojin surprises the Baron by agreeing with Thomas, as he realizes why the remaining 5 bunnies were so small. He notes that they looked far smaller than their supposed size, considering how big Elizabeth is, so he concludes their growth must have been stunted due to stress. Ojin then asks Thomas if he first tried to isolate them in the garden, and Thomas, surprised by his intuition, learns that Ojin had found their litters over there. Thomas confesses to separating them in the garden and feeding them for a few hours, but that wasn't enough to stop the bullying from the remaining 28, which was why he took them home for the time being. Confused, Belmore asks him why he would go that far, and Ojin points out that Thomas has a very large amount of rabbit fur compared to the other servants. Also, he could accurately identify the bunnies, even without their ID tags. Ogden then states the obvious by informing Belmore that Thomas loves and cherishes the rabbits, just like him. Belmore asks him why he didn't tell him, believing that if he did, they could have separated the bunnies and raised them differently. But then Thomas surprises him by saying it would be impossible, since the only space in the mansion that the rabbits don't occupy is the second floor, which the Baroness uses. The Baron realizes it, and Thomas says he wouldn't be willing to give up the Baroness's space for the rabbits, because as much as he loves them, he loves the Baroness far more. Meanwhile, the lady being spoken about has some tea with her friends, and they compliment not just her cute cup, but the entire mansion still. She complains that it's because her husband is pathologically obsessed with rabbits. Her friends then inform her about how there's love fishing and hunting bears, and sometimes they go at it for a month without coming home, and the house ends up filled with the smell of bear pelts. It is then that she realizes that her case with Belmore is better than theirs. They reveal how envious they are of her, saying she gets to act lovey-dovey with her husband. She finds it hard to believe, because they always fight and argue, but they do not believe her, and they mention how she was Belmore's childhood first love and the reason their love story was famous. And also why Belmore started liking rabbits was because she was nicknamed Bunny Teeth. Embarrassed, she glances at the statues and notes that she had forgotten how, back then, the kids used to tease her with that nickname. but then Belmore complimented her. Noting that rabbits are as cute as she was, the Baroness gets silent, after remembering his confession. Then later that day when she returns to the mansion, she learns that they found the missing rabbits, and after they are done vaccinating them, they'll be moved to a new residence, like she's always wanted. Surprised that Belmore is kicking them out, she's happy that there will be peace and quiet, but just then she sees him sulking, and saying parting words to the creatures, and she gets scared he's going to abandon them. Immediately she yells at him, asking where he plans to take them, and asks him where he plans to find someone who dotes on rabbits more than him. Surprised that she's defending the bunnies, Belmore asks her and she admits she does not. Then she asks him, what kind of parent abandons their child? After all, he was the one who said they should raise Elizabeth like their own child. Realizing that she remembers, Belmore is overjoyed and this makes her blush. Before saying that Elizabeth was the name they had decided to give their first child, but since they couldn't have any, on the Baroness's birthday, Belmore gifted her a rabbit and called her Elizabeth. He told the Baroness that they looked alike, and they should try raising the bunny, as if it's their child. Later that day, as the carriage takes Ohen and Pio back, Ohen says he's glad Belmore has reconciled with his wife. Although they may bicker on the outside, he can see that they truly love each other. Pio, on the other hand, feels sad about the rabbits being sent away, but then Ogon tells her not to feel ashamed, because where Belmore is taking the bunnies is right behind his house. She's shocked, so Ojin explains better by saying that for 33 adult rabbits to live completely, they'll need a space about the size of a forest. Back then the Baron had suggested using the forest at the back of his mansion's garden. After all, it's his land, and he wants them to build a magnificent rabbit garden. While the man listed the details he wants all over the place, Ojin noted he's a real estate mogul. It was right there that Belmore assigned Thomas, the general manager of the garden, and even though the role seemed too huge for Thomas, Belmore explains that it's a punishment for his heavy crime. So from that moment, Thomas must take care of the rabbits, more sincerely than ever, and this made the servant overjoyed. After being briefed, Pio happily says she can't wait to see the rabbit park when it's completed, but Ogen notes that they'll have to spay and neuter the entire litter of rabbits. Suddenly their carriage stops, and when Ojin tries checking to know what's wrong, he wonders if they are getting robbed, because he sees they've been surrounded by strange people. Then they demand for him. Ogen gets out of the carriage and asks the short people why they want to see him. Pio worriedly hides behind him and notes that their voice sounds so young, so Ogen moves close to one of them before asking if there was a sick animal. But the boy points his knife at Ogen, threatening him not to come closer, and Ogen surprises them by snatching up the sword from the blade, just as he had thought the sword was a toy. And realizing that they've been had, the boys run for their lives, but Ogen catches the rascals before whooping them. After punishing them, he tells them to have come to the hospital if they had needed treatment, and there wasn't a need to pretend as robbers. One of the boys then complains about how animal hospital fees are expensive, and this pisses Ojin off. After learning that they tried to kidnap him for free treatment, so he scolds them some more. He demands the ringleader's identity, and after learning he's Jack, Ogon says he'll report to his mom. But then Jack reveals that they didn't plan to let him work for free. He shows Ogen some coins as initial deposit, before promising to give him the rest later. The others also chip in, promising to assist, and together they beg him to save Mary, their cow, as a goody two-shoes. Ogen tags along and follows them to their village. Upon seeing the place, he notes that it's a remote village, and calls it bad news if a cow gets hurt on the farm. Suddenly, he spots a flag and freaks out after seeing its symbol. But then they tell him it's their religion symbol. In that area it's called Euros, a six-legged cow, which they worship and pray for a good harvest. Jack explains that there are extremists in his village, so when a cow gets sick, the extremists say it's because the gods are angry, and they harass the cow owners, believing they are unlucky. For that reason, they cut off the sick cow's owner's work, believing that they are cursed and the extremists can get cursed if involved with them. Shocked, Ojin asks, until when do the people treat the cow owners normally? And Jack says either if the cow passes away or recovers. He then suggests that they should have shown the cow to a doctor, but then tells him that an ordinary farmhouse doesn't have the luxury to do that, and it's hard for them to go to a hospital when they're sick most of the time. The villagers rely on folk remedies, like having the animal drink its urine, or by using a talisman and praying. Pio then tells Ojin that many people come to him because his fees are cheap, and he's shocked that his fees aren't expensive. She also mentions that it's also because he's a great doctor, and he lets it slide after that. The boy leads them to his place, and they are shocked to see the entire house covered in talismans at first. Owen thinks of it as bullying, and even thought the house was haunted. Jack's mom shows up, and once she learns he has brought a vet, she apologizes to Owen, saying she doesn't have the money for treatment, and tells him to go back, but he shocks her by telling her not to worry about the treatment fee, and she should simply show him the sick cow. The woman is surprised, but Ogen tells her to hurry, so she takes him into the barn and shows him the cow, lying on a pile of hay. She then explains that the cow started getting sick right before giving birth, and it had its calf earlier than expected. Right after that was a high fever and a foul smell. Just by observing, Ojin realizes what's wrong with the cow, but before he can speak, Jack's father shows up, and after seeing Ojin, a veterinarian, he yells at Ojin to leave his place immediately. Jack tries to stop him, but the man tells him to give up, believing the cow will die anyway. As they argue back and forth, Ojin remembers his past life, when a family gave up on surgery for their pet because they didn't have the finances. This time around he tells the cow owner that it's too early to make the call. After all, Mary doesn't have a fatal disease. He then informs the man that he has already received the treatment fee. In advance, Jack is elated, while his father is shocked, and even thinks of Owen as a con artist. But then his wife calms him down, and says she doesn't think Owen is a bad person. Owen gets to work, and upon checking Mary's mouth, he concludes that the cow has brucellosis. Curious, Ogen asks for the calf's condition, and Jack tells him that it got sick after taking Mary's milk, but it got better after he boiled some morning broth and fed it to it. Ogen notes that Jack has given the calf an antibiotic herb, but he wonders how Jack did it, since it couldn't have been easy. So Jack explained that he mixed the boiled water into milk from another healthy mother cow. Hearing him out, Owen compliments him, but Jack feels sad because the herb didn't have much effect on Mary. Owen then explains to him that Mary is a fully grown cow and has been sick for a while, so the effect was likely reduced, and it's thanks to Jack's quick thinking that Mary is still alive. The parents are stunned when they find out that the cow is past the critical stage, but thanks to Ojin, who had the medicine beforehand, they can get to save Mary. He sets up a drop and then hands them the medicine, saying they should continue to feed it to Mary. For the time being, worried Mrs. Howard whines about how expensive the medicinal herbs are, but Ogon tells her that he won't be charging them for it, and she should take them suddenly. The villagers Mr. Howard out, demanding a meeting. They continue yelling at Howard to bring Ojin out, and that's when Jack realizes that the village chief's son must have blabbered about Odin currently in the village without wasting any time. Ojin and Howard go outside to meet the villagers, and when Ojin asks them what the problem is, the villagers go into hiding to maintain a distance between them, else they believe they'll catch bad luck. From the bushes, the village chief confirms Owen is the vet, and Howard yells at him, thinking he wants to cause trouble for Owen too. But then, the chief reveals that he's trying to protect Howard because they are worried about him. He mentions how doctors are all the same, and they'll use treatment as an excuse to rob them of their entire fortune. Worried, Ojin asks them if they've lived their lives being deceived. Then he insists he's not a knave, and he explains that the treatment fee has already been paid, and there are no additional charges. Another villager pops up and finds it odd, because they don't think Howard has the money to afford a vet. Offended, Ojin asks them if he should write them a receipt for them to believe him, and judging by Ojin's mood, they conclude he isn't lying. Confused, they wonder what they are supposed to do, because the priestess will be furious if she finds out. Another man then thinks of the possibility of Ogen curing the cow, which can favor them. Meanwhile, he watches them talk openly like he isn't there, But after a while the village chief speaks up, saying they won't chase him away nor interfere, but they don't trust him, so Ogen must stay in the village until the priestess arrives. Hearing the demand makes Odin wonder what they are up to. But then the villager says, it'll give them time to observe the cow's condition, and that way they can tell that he's really a doctor. They then tell him that if he tries anything funny, he'll be struck by divine punishment. Riled up after being tasked to compete with shamanism, Ogen accepts the challenge and vows to show them the power of modern medicine. He continues Mary's diagnosis, treats her properly and gives her balanced nutrients. And a few days later Mary is completely cured. Jack and his family appreciate Ojong for his efforts, and the villagers are surprised that Ojong could cure such a fatal illness. They are amazed at Mary's glossy fur, and Ojong is proud to showcase the power of modern medicine. While he acts like it's no big deal, it's worth noting that he put in his absolute best to slam shamanism away. Pa then hands them scrolls, which contain first aid methods for diseases that animals often catch, and also recipes for household medicines they can make at home. With that on their side, they'll have something to rely on in cases of emergencies. Impressed, the people praise Ogen for his help, but then the village chief pauses for a bit before asking Ogen for his main goal. Ogen doesn't understand him, and the man asks again. So Ogen wonders why the chief can't trust people there. He tells Ogen how doctors are the ones who trade lives for money. And over the past few decades, whenever an animal got sick, the villagers sought out countless doctors, but none showed up for them. Even when there was an epidemic, the vets only treated the nobles' pets, and none were willing to show up in the countryside. Owen tells him he understands how he feels, but those noble vets are the ones who were unqualified to be doctors. The profession itself is not wrong, and he wasn't lying when he said he has no ulterior motive. After all, as a doctor, he cannot ignore an animal that cannot be treated due to a lack of money. Jack, who listens quietly in the background, inwardly idolizes Ogon and vows to be an adult like him. Moments later the priestess shows up, saying Howard's barn is full of impure energy. She tells everyone to stand back when they see her. The villagers quickly bow and apologize for not picking her up and bringing her over, but then she pays them no mind and reveals that the gods personally commanded her to show up there. Odin observes her dressing and notes how similar it is with the Miko of his past life, so he gets a sense of déjà vu. She looks at Mary after seeing how big the cow has gotten, and she starts chanting gibberish. Immediately, the men bow and say they believe what she's saying, surprised that people still fall for that type of scam. Ogen looks at them in disbelief. After the priestess's chant, she tells them that the gods have driven away the cow's illness and they should give thanks. The villagers immediately start thanking the gods, and it upsets Ogen, so he calls out to her and tells her he was the one who treated the cow all night. She looks at him, and after recognizing that he's an outsider, she says he's full of unholy energy. So she starts saying her chants, before yelling that she can smell the sweet smell of beasts. And to Ogen it's very obvious. After all, he's a vet, but the villagers cower in fear and watch her yell at him, vowing to punish him in the name of the gods. Before Ogen got transported to this world, every year when the national exam season arrived, the atmosphere of the department would be swept up in the occult. Back then, examiners would take talismans and occultic bracelets, believing in its luck to help them pass. Worst of all was a weirdo who wore the inner clothing of someone who passed, believing that'll help him, and it disgusted the people around him. Ogen during those days found their behavior repulsive, because they were acting counterintuitive to their course of study. So he advised them to focus more on studying. This got them offended, and one of the students predicted that Ogen would pay the price for acting high and mighty, like opening his practice, only to fall into another world, or get swept up in a weird religious trial. It sounded oddly specific, as if out of a webtoon, so Ogen brushed him off, but unknown to him, he'd eventually get wrapped up in everything. Detailed by the weirdo currently, he's been tried by the sham of a priestess. A few minutes before, after hearing her ramble on her crazy lines, Ogen asks what the priestess is saying. and Jack tells him that he's going to be tried by having him beg for forgiveness in a ritual before he is thrown into a pen with the divine bull. Now if he's forgiven he'll be safe. If not he'll get to meet the gods. The priestesses worship Ajin, believes it's nonsensical to have a living person thrown into a bull pen, but unfortunately for him, he realizes it'll be his fate. While at the ritual site, Ogen complains about his terrible luck, and Pio cries while watching the men take him away. At this point, Ogen makes up his mind to use the dragon's authority, but then wonders if he should make a protective barrier for himself. However, he finds it embarrassing, so he considers trapping the bull in a cage. He then scraps the idea after thinking hard about it, because if the divine bull gets injured while at it, he'll be in big trouble not too far off. Ogen hears Jack requesting for his release, and Jack tries climbing the barricade into the ritual ground. His worried parents yell at him to stop, saying it's dangerous, but then he shows them the key to the bullpen, saying if they don't release Ocean, he'll use it. Ogen yells at him to get down, but Jack tells him it's okay, because he climbs over like it often. Still Ogen insists Jack should come down, because it's dangerous. Unknown to Jack that the bull has spotted him and is running away. The boy clings to the fence, but then the bull rams into it, causing the pen door to collapse. Terrified, Jack's parents scream as they see the boy lose his balance and fall to the ground. To his surprise, he lands on a bed that spawned from Ogden's dragon necklace. The villagers are shocked, and as they watch Ogden leave the ritual and run towards Jack, they wonder if he's a wizard. By the time Jack regains his senses, he wonders where the bed spawned from, but then Ogon shows up to check up on him. Jack asks Ogon if he saved him, but Ogon reverses their roles. Suddenly, he feels the steamy breath of the bull right behind him, but then realizes that the barrier he had set up to block the bull's path missed. So Ogen prepares for the worst, and he hears the priestess wish for his punishment. To their surprise, the bull licks him, and the villagers call it a sign that he has received the love of the gods. They call it the ultimate mark, the lick of the divine bull. Immediately the chief yells at everyone for looking, and instructs them to go to Ocean. Feeling awkward, Ocean stops the chief, but the man pleads for forgiveness for the way they've treated him rudely so far. The chief then points at the shaman and labels her fake. He accused her of not recognizing such a noble person, so he deems it that she isn't qualified as a priestess. The old hag tries defending herself, but the villagers gang up on her for selfishly trying to use the bull's power for her sake. Within seconds, they vanish her from their village, and peace is finally restored. With everything settled, Jack escorts Ocean and Pio, who received lots of gifts on the way. He thanks Ogen for saving the village and helping them drive out the hag. He mentions that the village will still continue with their religious beliefs, and Ogen says there's nothing wrong with that, because when people need emotional support, they need somewhere to lean on, and the problem only occurs if excessive. This means that they should be careful with their use of belief. Impressed, Jack tells Ogen that he wants to be like him someday. A cool vet, he then asks Ogen if it's possible, and Ogen assures him as he bids the boy farewell. He tells Jack to come find him anytime he needs his help. Owen and Pio finally arrive at their base town, and they have a sigh of relief, noting that they'll finally get to relax after how many days. As they walk inside, believing they'll get to unwind, they spot a group of men blocking the path and telling them to take another path. Confused, Ogen asks them what's going on, because he wants to take the path, but they tell him he cannot take the path. Then they ask him if he knows Ocean Hospital. Upon learning that he's Ocean, the officer exclaims, before announcing that his house is currently occupied by monsters with leaves on its head. Ajin immediately suspects it's Mundle, so he demands to go there immediately. The guard then tells him to use earplugs, otherwise his eardrums will burst, and he'll faint. Ajin and Pio rush to the hospital, and they are surprised when they see a barricade wall around the building. Upon getting there, they see some men with sticks, signaling to themselves to cover their ears, and push the rest of the Mundle as they climb the fence. Immediately the creatures reach the top of the fence. They scream, and Ogen is surprised to see multiple Mandel, that he even calls them zombies. Thankfully the men topple them over, and Ogen and Pio talk about how Not only has Mandel multiplied, but their colors are strange, and they have different voices. One of the guards, resisting the Mandalorians from chasing after them, sees it's Ogun and Pio's first time, so he informs them that the Mandalorians' screams aren't the only thing scary about them, and if they get bitten by a Mundal, they get a strange skin disease. What's worse is that the skin disease is highly contagious, which is why they've quarantined those with it. Inside the fence suddenly, someone slams the door begging to be let out, but the guards refuse, saying they are infected. They scream back, insisting their skin disease is all healed, so the guard insists they show it, and when they see the person is healed, she's let out, realizing it's Tor. Pio and Ogun worriedly ask her what's wrong, and she reveals that hundreds of Mandalors suddenly attacked the village, and while most people escaped, she got beaten. Ogun asks about her eardrums, and Tor assures him they are fine, thanks to Selena and Adrian distributing medicine to the people. Learning that Selena is in the building, he instructs Pio to take Tor home, and informs them that he has to get into the building. Hearing what he just said, they ask him if he's out of his mind, but Ogun notes that he can't leave Mando like this, and he has to do something. Minutes later he's shoved inside, and handed a stick to ward off the Mandos. Owen calculates the distance from the fence to the house, but then he spots the Mandalors, who see him and chase after him, but then he believes he can outrun them. After all, he's got longer legs. Unfortunately for him, he gets surrounded and they start screaming in unison. Despite the earplugs on, the sound burrows in and Ogun holds his ears, noting that the Mandos sound like dozens of deaf people singing a punk version of Trot in a chorus with different pitches. He nearly loses it and tries swatting them away, but then his mind starts fading, and he watches them home in on him, believing he'll get beaten at this rate. As he wonders if the Mandels have teeth, someone casts wind and sound negating magic, then grabs his hand. Only then does it realize it's Selena, so he follows her and they rush into the window. Adrian opened up for them. As soon as they jump in, they shut it, preventing the Mandos from getting in. As Owen struggles to process what's going on, Selena assures him that everything is fine, because she has cast soundproofing magic, so he can remove his earplugs immediately. He regains his senses. He hugs them and thanks them for saving him. Shortly after calming down, he asks them what happened to Mandel, and Selena explains that it's because of Ping. Ping's separation core. Ogun confirms his hunch, and notes that it was the core that helped Mandel grow rapidly. Selena then explains that the last time, a proportion of the energy was reflected, so it didn't go as far as individual division. But this time around, a magic formula that amplifies the separation core was added, causing Mandalore to split into hundreds. She wonders if there was a problem during the process, because only the darkest nature of the original body remains, as she wonders where everything went wrong. Ogun asks her what the frame above them is, and she blatantly tells him it's an image of Mandel falling into the circle. She reveals that she recently succeeded in duplicating Ping Ping's separation core, but as she was testing various experiments, Mandel, who was playing with Ping Ping at that time, fell into the magic circle. Once Ogun learns that she used magic without checking if the pets were around, he yells at her for her flimsy excuse and says he was sure she'd cause an accident one day. He scolds her, but Adrian steps up to take the blame for failing to assist her, and Ogun takes out his frustration on him. Right after, he asks Selena if there's a way to solve the situation, and she informs him that they have to use the same method as when they handled Bloop's infinite division. She reveals that, among the hundreds of duplicated Mundals, there is one individual that possessed the separation core, so they just have to find him. Worried about how they'll find the Mundal with the separation core, Ogun asks how, since they look exactly the same, and Selena tells them that ordinary people cannot find it, but since the main component of the separation core is highly concentrated mana, someone trained in magic can sense it before Ping. If Ping split, she could wind it immediately, but now that their numbers are too large, and the Mandos are scattered everywhere, finding the real one would be hard. Recalling what Selena said about the Bloops multiplying in the past, which devastated the village back then, Ogun asks her how the case was solved. Selena then explains that it wasn't easy for them back then, and even with her master's outstanding magic, it was difficult to find the one with the core at once. Upon hearing her mention her master, both Ogen and Adrian are curious to know more about the person, but Ogen knows better not to press on. Unlike Adrian, who wonders what gender Selena's master is, Selena then concludes that they had tried for several days, and were able to find the bloop. She assures them that they will find the original Mandal, and Sionia, who left home, will return. Ogen freezes for a bit, then freaks out after learning that Sionia left home. But then Selena calms him down by reminding him that Shauna is a monosaurus, after all, and will be unaffected, unlike humans who, when the Mundal sap comes in contact with their skin, it begins to itch. However, it doesn't have any effect on furred animals. Ogen cannot help but be worried about Siona, and he wishes to find the cat sooner than ever. But just then he hears a sound, and Selena tells him that the soundproofing magic is about to break. Meanwhile, the Mundal clones climb the building in their sheer numbers while screeching, and Adrian notices them, so he briefs the others, and it makes Selena wonder if the Mandos are attracted to Ogen's aura. At that moment, the Mandos break into the house through the second floor's window, and the humans quickly put on their earplugs. Upon realizing that the Mandos will come rushing down, the devilish creatures show up, and they all go after Ogen. When the others realize what's happening, Selena orders Adrian to open the closest window next to Ogen, and once he does that, she uses magic to blast the Mandels through the windows. Then Adrian shuts it tight, thinking all the Mandels are out of the building. Ogen relaxes and removes his earplugs, but then a Mandel, which had hidden not too far away, leaps at him to attack him. In that instant, Ogen's dragon necklace immediately seals the Mundal's mouth shut. They watch as it struggles with the seal, and, after realizing its hands are too short to remove them, Ogen picks it up and, based on Selena's order to leave the Mandel inside the house, he puts it in a pot of soil, and within seconds, the Mandel falls asleep. Ogen is shocked by the discovery, and notes that the creature's simple-mindedness matches the original Mandel's, so he wonders if he should make it Mandel's younger brother. Unfortunately, the next day, they realize that the Mandel has lost its face, and is now fully a plant. It helps Selena confirm her suspicion, as she notes that the cloned Mandels exhaust all their mana after a day and turn into ordinary herbs. But since their numbers aren't decreasing, it means the Mundal with the star separation is still splitting continuously, so they have to quickly catch it. For that reason, Selena makes a potion whereby anyone who drinks it won't catch the skin disease for about an hour. As she showcases it to the men, Adrian praises her, but then she tells Oken to drink it. Confused, he asks her why, and in the next few moments, he is tied up to a pole outside the building, where he's told that he will be used as bait to lure the Mandalorians. Neglecting his cry for help, Selena points out that the Mandos are already showing up, and in that instant, multiple Mandos pounce on him and start biting him. Thankfully, the clones do not have teeth, so their actions tickle Ogen non-stop. While at it, Selena concentrates hard and senses the Mundal with exceeding mana close by, and when she looks, she sees it on Ogen's body. But just then she notices a glimmer of light, and the next thing that happens is, the Mundal is captured by Ogen's right-hand man Xianjia. Selena sees the way Mandel is fighting Xianjia, and she concludes he's the original. To prevent Ogen's face from suffering more than it already has, Selena uses magic to seal Mandel's mouth and bind its limbs. She then grabs it before casting a spell and dropping it in a magic circle that forcefully removes the star on Mandel's head. Right after, Mandel quiets down and the remaining clones fall asleep. Seeing that they've dealt with the situation, Adrian celebrates, but Owen requests they let him down. Sometime later, Adrian compiles all the mandrakes in a single cart, as he complains about the hard labor he's going through. Odin tells him they are lucky. The mandrakes were quarantined with the wall. He picks up one of them, and notices their roots are alive, so he suggests planting them, and Selena agrees with him, saying they'll need to create an environment similar to Mundal's flower pot. Adrian listens in fear, and realizes the heavy task waiting for him, and a few days later, He completes the smart farm with the help of Selena. Of course, Ojin rejoices after observing the smart farm, and he greedily anticipates a massive harvest. That would make them the first herbal medicine tycoon of their world, but Selena crushes his hopes down by informing him that the mandrakes won't have the same effect as Mandal, which is because Mandal's body has mana accumulated over a long period. Thanks to that, when the mana enters another organism's body as medicine, it performs powerful life activities and shows magical, medicinal effects, but in the mandrakes, she can barely feel any mana in their leaves. However, they have basic medicinal properties, so they can be used as regular herbs. Ogen thinks about it briefly, and then recalls the rural village that didn't have access to doctors, so he makes up his mind, and goes around the town with his assistants, apologizing to the people for the recent trouble. He then hands them ointment and painkillers, and he hands them scrolls, which have the dosage information for their animals. Adrian, on the other hand, rises up the ladies by handing flowers while at it. Later that evening, after a job well done, Ojin thanked his assistants, including Schwein, who came over to help. Ogen then notes that had he been in his world, he would have been sued and gone bankrupt. Schwein tells him the monster outbreak is normal, and it has Ogen wondering what kind of life the people of this world are living. Schwein then talks about a very infamous incident, where floppier packs multiplied enormously, and there wasn't a single village that survived getting swept up in that event. He speaks on behalf of the villagers about how worried they were during Mandel's outbreak, and they thought it would end up like the floopier PX case, but thankfully it was resolved easily. Curious, the man looks at a carriage and asks Ojin what he plans to use the mandrak seedlings for, and Ojin tells him that there's a nearby village with poor access to animal treatment. He reveals how he plans to cultivate the herbs there and supply them very well. Worried, Schwein asks if the mandrakes scream like demons, but Ogen tells him it's not the case, and this is because the current sets of mandrakes are farmed, unlike the ones found in the wild. The only disadvantage is that the current mandrakes' medicinal effect is lower. A messenger arrives and Ojin hands him the goods, saying he should deliver them to Jack. Moved by Ojin's empathy, Schwein happily calls him a nice guy. Selena, on the other hand, is surprised that Ojin isn't selling the herbs like she had predicted. This makes her wonder if he was a true vet doctor in his past world. Ogen turns to Selena and asks her to decide for herself for the smart farm business. She doesn't understand him, but then he tells her that if she has a conscience, she has to make up for the damage caused to the hospital by this incident. Immediately, her good review about him changes and she concludes, Ojin is crazy about money. Days later, the hospital resumes normally, and as the employees diligently do their jobs, Mandel moves about without a care of anything in the world. But the people who have experienced it shriek anxiously, stares at it hoping it won't cause them trouble. Oyen and Xiaoya observe the entire hospital's dealings, noting if that's how a corporate chairman feels. Thor, who has joined them as a worker in the hospital, tells Odin about the next patient, so he checks the chart and learns the patient is a Cerberus, so he wonders if it matches the same one he knows in the Greek mythology. He likes with that. He happily calls for the next patient, glad he'll get to see Cerberus, known as the gatekeepers of hell in real life. Tor ushered the patients in, and Oyen is disappointed that they do not match what he knows. Instead, he sees a three-dog-headed creature biting itself, and he thinks of them as idiots. On a normal note, Ocean loves dogs that are a bit silly, especially ferocious dogs, whose expression changes after seeing something sweet, like a potato or ready to play with a ball. But in the case of the Cerberus biting itself, Ogen sees that it's extremely silly. The servants, tired of watching the three heads fight, bring 3 dishes to get them to cooperate, and immediately Cerberus sees the food. The heads start feasting individually on their food, and things return smoothly, or so they thought. Draco, a greedy head done with its food, tries eating from Pen Pen, so Pen Pen bites it and they get into a brawl. Pissed from watching their reactions, Ogen asks for 3 muzzles, and he uses the items to restrict them. He learns the names and behaviors of the 3 heads, and he's amazed by their different personalities, that he compares them to Siamese twins, whose personalities are more often than not similar, due to sharing the same nervous systems, despite having different brains. Gerard, the pet owner, then enlightens Ogon by telling him that, not only do the heads have different personalities, but they also have different food preferences and abilities. Draco, the violent one, loves meat and is an expert in peripheral vision. Kaiba, on the other hand, is the opposite and it has a keen sense of smell. As for Pen Pen, it is the calmest of the 3, and it has a keen sense of hearing. Since the trio has different food preferences, feeding them their favorites leads to a balanced diet. Gerard pets them, noting that they are quite compatible with each other. After all, they've grown accustomed to each other since their birth. He used to take them for walks every day without fail, and the way they licked and doted on each other was so angelic. On hearing the story, Ogen realizes that the Cerberus aren't the guardians of hell, like in Greek mythology, so he is disappointed. Gerard then informs Ogen about how on a particular day, Draco and the other dog heads started biting themselves, and he had tried warning them about the dangers of it, but being so adamant, they'd hurt themselves almost every day, which is why they grew weaker as time passed. Ogen thinks about it for a bit, and wonders if he should call the condition fighting, or self-harm, but Selena, who listened in, suggests none of the words fit Cerberus's criteria. She explains how it's normal for animals to dote on themselves and bite their bodies all the time, believing it can be caused by a lot of stress. But Ogen says the situation doesn't seem right. While Selena and Ogen discuss how the Cerberus situation isn't self-harming, nor attacking each other, Gerard recognizes Selena, and he asks her if she has stayed at Aredella's palace. He then mentions seeing her when he visited the palace with his father, back then when he was still a child. Shocked, Ogen quietly listens, as Selena tries to act dumb about not knowing what Gerard was talking about. But then Gerard confirms she's the apprentice of the royal magician. As he continues talking to her, Draco gets pissed, and he starts fighting the other heads, so the servant informs Gerard about them. He gets worried, and Ajin orders Selena to grab one of their necks. As the dog heads continue wrestling, Sainya glares at them before yelling, and immediately they quiet down. Fed up with their behaviors, Ajin asks Taurus to get the neck collars ready. After putting them on, Cerberus looks depressed and Gerard gets worried. Ogen recounts their behavior and notes that they were agitated while Gerard was talking with Selena, so he asks Gerard if they dislike women, but he brushes it off. He then thinks about it and realizes that they hate his fiancée, even though they've never met her. Curious, Ogen asks about her, and Gerard rambles on about her, calling her the beautiful daughter of Baron Barca. He doesn't spare the unnecessary details, and while he speaks about her, Draco reacts badly and the others follow suit. Noticing this, Ogen instructs them to remove the collar. Then he checks Draco's pulse and sees it's okay, despite the rough breathing. So he informs Gerard that Cerberus will be hospitalized. Gerard gets worried, since he has never been a day apart from them, but Ogen calls him over. Before whispering some words to him, immediately he dashes off crying, saying he'll come back the next day. As soon as he leaves, they dash towards the door and scratch it, wanting to follow suit, but just then, Owen instructs Gerard to come in, and once they see him they happily play with him. That's when Owen concludes that it was an act. He then suspects the self-harm habit too could be related, so he asks Gerard when the dog heads started attacking each other, and Gerard says it's about 5 to 6 months ago. Ogden then asks him when he met his fiancée, and Gerard realizes it's about the same time, so Ogden informs him that the reason behind the Cerberus aggression, sleep deprivation, and deteriorating health is due to jealousy towards his fiancée. Gerard is surprised to learn of this, so Ogon explains it properly by reminding him that he said he hasn't spent a day away from them since the moment they were born, which means their attachment to him is very strong. To the mutts, he is the most important person in their world. Now when he starts showing interest to someone other than them, they'll enter a crisis and start exhibiting various extreme behaviors to get his attention. Gerard is shocked to learn that it was the entire problem. But then Owen tells him not to worry, because it's something lots of pet owners face. But the only difference is the degree worried. He asks if there's a fix and Owen assures him, but earns him that it requires time and effort. First they need to change the negative emotions the mutts have towards his fiancée, and that's the way to get them along. For starters, whenever Gerard mentions his fiancée, he should praise and reward the dog heads more than usual. Then on items that have his fiancée's scent, he should put snacks that they like, and praise them a lot whenever they show interest in the snacks. It won't be an easy effort, but Gerard should repeat it over again. And if the dogs eat the snacks, covered in his fiancée's scent by mistake, he should praise them very well for it. The next step is socialization training, because the attachment bond between Gerard and the mutts is so strong there's no room for outsiders. That is why Ojin suggests they disperse the excessive attention the mutts pour onto the guardian. A little. Ojin then asks if there are other animals in the castle, and Gerard affirms albeit the creatures are terribly afraid of the Cerberus, and this makes Gerard realize that he spoiled them a lot. Ocean then suggests a beast-type mammal, one that isn't terrified of Cerberuses. He informs Gerard that he has the right animal for the task, so they bring Julian a Fenrir. Once the mutts see Julian, they growl at it, and Julian doesn't back down either. The maids and everyone try their best to get the mutts to get along, but it's of no use. Ogden then wishes he had a frisbee, and to his surprise, his dragon necklace grants him his wish. So he throws it, and for the first time seeing the item, the mutts chase after it and they play fetch. The case goes on and on for a few hours, till they are gassed out. Julian's owner observes the Cerberus, and notes that they haven't been neutered yet. So Ocean explains that the mutts are still young, despite their physical size. This makes Julian's owner glare at Gerard, who is confused by what the man wants. Later that night, Gerard's fiancée, Rosalina, writes to him about regretting the fact that she can't meet with him yet, and she can't wait for his pet to open their heart to her. As Gerard reads the letter, he blushes like a young child, and notes he can wait forever for her. He calls her an understanding person, and says her heart is as beautiful as her appearance. The mutts get jealous and start growling, but Gerard remembers Odin's words of advice, which is for him not to react to the pet's jealousy-inducing behaviors. While the servant tries to calm the dog's head, who are attacking each other, Gerard calls out their names and orders them to stop, and he's glad when they listen to him. The next thing he does after noting they are anxious is that he reassures them, vowing not to abandon them. As he pets their head, he tells them that they are getting one more wonderful family member, and he wants them to look forward to it, rather than worry, because there will be two people who love them. A few days later, Gerard shows up at the hospital, and happily informs Odin that the mutts have improved a lot, and they no longer try to tear or bury Rosalina's things anymore. Relieved, Ojin tells them that it's time to move to the final step, which is meeting with the fiancé. When the day arrives, the Barca carriage shows up, right in front of the hospital, as planned, but just before then, the dog heads growled in tension, and Gerard worries if it's okay for them to meet with his fiancée. Owen calms him down, and assures him that they have an emergency measure, Selena holding sedative syringes, in case the mutts lose it. By the time Rosalina arrives, Owen and Selena expects to see a dazzling noble, just like Gerard had described, but to their amazement they see a huge, macho girl that looks like she was once assigned to a guerrilla unit. The mutts see her and are immediately terrified of her, unlike their initial plan, which was to scare her away. Rosalina exclaims by calling them cute. Then she walks straight to them. Ogden calls it a bad idea, because one shouldn't approach mutts loudly, so he beckons on Selena to get ready. But to their surprise, the Cerberus doesn't attack her, and they simply accept their fate. Gerard is overjoyed once he sees them calmly nestling in Rosalina's arms, and even accepting treats from her, that he appreciates Ogden's method. Ogen, on the other hand, notes that the mutts quieted down and accepted Rosalina as their boss. Seeing the way things went smoothly, He wished they had met her sooner. Selena sees that Rosalina loves dogs, so she says they'll make a wonderful family. Ogun, who's enjoying the scene, suddenly feels a chill and he tells Selena about it. But then she's impressed that he can sense the change in the atmosphere. Selena then informs him that the energy in the air has been unusual and a severe cold spell is coming. Owen wonders what causes it, because the weather has been warm since, and a few days later he's caught a cold. He checks the weather outside, and he's shocked to see how extreme the spell has gotten. Selena explains that it's a climate anomaly caused by mana deficiency, and it's because the world tree has started withering, that the north continent is getting colder, and the southern is getting hotter. Confused, Ogun asks why there is a climate crisis with no carbon emissions, but Selena tells him to get used to it. She says cold spells are usually shorter but extreme, and it's going to get much worse. Learning how bad the condition will be, Ogun cries while demanding that he is sent home. He talks about electronic devices that warms the body, but Selena, who is unaware of these devices, takes it as him rambling on, so she drags him along, saying they should get some thick clothes. They go outside to an expensive store, and Oyen is shown the finest scarf, but the price is outrageous. This gets him enraged at Adrian, who reserved the shop for him, so he decides to try it on, believing he won't be purchasing it. But as soon as Ogun wraps it around his neck, he feels warm and immediately falls asleep. Moments later he leaves the shop with Selena, but this time around he appreciates the scarf. But out of the corner of his eyes, he spots an old man in thin, tattered clothes sitting outside in the cold. He sees how people are avoiding him, but then something catches his eye, a creature hiding in the man's clothes. So he tosses a gold coin in the man's hat, and the old man looks up, shocked by Odin's act of kindness. Not only that, Ogun wraps him with his scarf, saying he needs to cover his neck, after all the blood vessels going to his head are concentrated in the neck. Then the man should take care of his little friend. Wrapped in the coat with that, he joins Selena while shivering, and they returned to the hospital. There they warm themselves, and he learns that the old man is a famous, skilled Dorka player, who used to perform with an elder monkey. Shocked knowing how difficult such a monkey is to tame, Ogun wonders how the old man managed to do so, and he even wonders if the man's performance is an animal abuse. But Selena tells him that the elder monkey's dance isn't trained. She explains that the daka is a traditional instrument from the southern regions, famous for its incredibly sorrowful and beautiful sound. When a skilled player performs, not only humans gather to listen, but also animals. Pio, who remembers how sleeping marmosets would wake up and dance when the old man played the daka, and they looked extremely happy. Convinced, Ogun talks about how animals react to certain sounds, and he talks about how camels used to tear up where he's from when they had the sound of the magicum. Confused, Ogun asks why such an accomplished musician ended up as a beggar. So Pio tells him that after an accident happened, the old man could no longer perform. Curious, Ogun wants to know what kind of accident the old man got himself into. Meanwhile, after staying in the town for a while, the old Deka player heads to his home, and on getting there, he tells his pet to come outside from his coat. His pet monkey, wrapped in fur, looks at him. The old man happily tells it that thanks to Ogun, the kind soul who gave him some money, he could afford milk and firewood. He places the monkey on the floor and prepares the firewood, while telling the monkey that it'll get warm soon. The pet then crawls out of the blanket, and the old man laughs at it for smelling the milk and being very hungry, so he promises to give the injured monkey some right away. As the cold weather got worse, humans and animals caught a cold, so at the hospital Ogun put up a sign whereby masks are required to enter the building. Someone new shows his face, and the people waiting on queue realize it's the beggar, so they wonder if he has money for the examination fee. The man suffers from a cough too, but Taurus calls him in. Shortly into the examination room, when he goes in, Ogun sees he's the beggar, and the man realizes Ogun is a vet, so he thanks him for his kindness. But Ogun brushes it off and then sees Toto, the man's pet that was hidden in his cloak back then. and discovers that it has a severe cold. Ogen realizes the old man showed up to the examination, thanks to the money he had given him. He examines Todo's breathing, and notes that Todo's lungs sound rough, so he confirms he has had the cold for a long time. And once Todo catches a cold, takes a long while before it leaves. The man wonders if it's because the monkey is old, and Ocean laughs saying Todo isn't exactly young. He then assures the man that it's not something major, that can't be fixed. Curious, Ogon asks about Todo's leg, and the old man tells him that Todo lost it in a carriage accident. 10 years ago. Ogen puts 2 and 2 together, and sees the story matches what Pio had told him earlier. So he prescribes drugs for the cold, and tells the old man to ensure Todo is kept warm regularly, because it would be dangerous if the symptoms prolong. The man then reveals that he and Todo are from the south, so they aren't used to the cold, and it's best they leave before Todo gets any older. As he takes his leave, Ajin observes him, and notes that the man doesn't have a family, and he wonders why the man can't go back to his hometown. Selena replies that it's because of the migration tax, and it's the hefty fee required to be paid to the region lord, and the farther the distance, the more expensive the tax. Because of that, the old man lives in poverty, since he's likely saving up to pay the migration tax. When he gets to his place, he tells Todo that due to Ogen's discount, he could afford an apple. He hands the monkey the apple, and says that he'll participate in construction work the following day, so he can afford some firewood. He picks up Todo, saying they just need to get through this winter, and by the following year, they'll return to the warm south. A few days later, the cold weather worsens, and Todo, who patiently waits for his owner to show up, is elated when he sees the old man enter the house. As he rushes to welcome him, the man coughs, and eventually pukes blood before collapsing. Worried, Todo circles around him, and tries to get him to stand up, but it's to no avail. Left with no choice, Todo opens the door and goes outside, but he's immediately blown by the cold wind inside the heavy snow. He strolls from the hut, and heads straight to the town to look for help. In the town, traders complain about the terrible weather, and they make up their minds to head home, calling it a bad business day. Suddenly they spot Todo, who suffers from frostbite, and they wonder if the owner abandoned him. Upon seeing them, Todo tries calling for help, but they do not understand it, and they believe his owner will come and get him, so they take their leave. Todo then remembers how people used to marvel at his performance with the old man in the same town, so he gets up and makes a stance as if ready to perform. But then, some people notice him and see he's missing a leg. They immediately recognize him as the old man's, but already exhausted, he loses his balance and falls to the ground. Thankfully, Ojin, who spots Todo not too far off, rushes in and carries him. Then, upon realizing how hot Todo is, burning up from the fever, Ojin says he needs to let Todo's master know, but little does he know that the old man lies unconscious in his house. The old man back in the days was a renowned musician, and his music not only made countless people cry and laugh, but also drew animals who danced joyfully to the melody. Unfortunately for him, a fire took his beloved family and everything he owned, and in that instant his life plummeted. Back then, he would suffer from grief and fear when he was awake, and worst of all, be haunted by nightmares. As time went on, his music became a mess, and making a living became impossible. Then one day, to make matters worse, while he worked manual labor to survive, he fell ill with a fever. Todo, who he had with him, went outside, but by the time he woke up, he couldn't find the monkey, only to hear that it had been hit by a carriage. He quickly rushed over to carry Todo and started crying, blaming himself for putting the monkey in such a pathetic state. Realizing that he almost lost the one family member he had left, he made a vow to live again for Todo's sake. The monkey he regarded as the last hope in his life. There he vowed to make Todo happy, and save up the migration tax, so they could go down to their warm hometown, and be happy. That was all on his mind, till he woke up and found himself in Ojin's hospital. Ojin tells him not to move, and he has acute pneumonia, and had he been found later, his condition could have been really bad. Worried, the man recalls Todo being at home, but Ogon tells him not to worry, because Todo is receiving intensive care. He says they found him at the market street, where they had met before. Todo's situation was really bad, and he had hypothermia for so long that his condition was critical. Fortunately Toto is past the dangerous point, but had it been any later for him too, could have been terrible. Moved by Ojin's kindness, the Dirk player asks him how he can repay his kindness, since he took care of a beggar like him, and also saved Toto's life. The man bows and vows to work, to repay the debt for the rest of his life. But then, Ojin tells him to calm down and not worry about it, but focus on recovering. Ogen tells him that he needs to get healthy, for Toto's sake hearing him out. The man cries while thanking him. Days later, Pio informs Ogen that Lulu gave birth to a horse, with amazing golden fur. As Pa tends to the smart farm, she happily says everyone is talking about the foal, becoming a legendary horse like never before. She then mentions that Duke Astrid's upcoming birthday is the talk of the town. Ojin curiously asks, what's so special about the Duke's birthday celebration? Then Pio tells him that Duke Astrid dearly loves culture and arts, which means every year at his birthday celebration, people get to see the best performance in the region. This means that this time around, they might get to see the golden horse. As Pio jealously talks about wishing she got invited, Adrian shows her an invitation card and explains that he can bring about 2 members along with him. He tells her that she can join him if she likes, and it makes Pio and Taurus happy. Ojin too then reveals a golden invitation envelope, and he gets to bring up to 4 companions. Jealous Adrian wonders why Ojin got an invitation. After all, he's the Duke's attending physician. Olaf then shows up pushing a cart, and he asks if the Duke is doing well. Upon seeing him, Owen worries about his health, and reminds Olaf that he hasn't fully recovered. But the man insists on helping, even if only a little. He then informs them that he performed a few times at the Duke's in the past, and it's nice to hear Astrid's name after so long. Olas then goes down the memory lane, recalling how the nice Duke and Duchess, who had deep knowledge of music, were the reason he bought a house back then, thanks to the performance fee he was given. Everyone who listened to him is impressed. But then Owen asks Olus why he doesn't perform anymore, and Olus explains that Toto can't perform anymore. Still, Ohen believes that Olus could have made a living just as a musician, but then Olus reveals that he tried back then when he was in despair, but he received a lot of criticism for his terrible playing. He was eventually kicked out of the Plaza Performance Hall, and that sealed the deal for him. Back then, no matter how bad his music was or how tired, Toto always danced to his music. As soon as Olus picked up his bow, he believed it was Toto that his audience loved the most, which was why after he couldn't dance anymore, he decided to stop playing. Also, he knows how well Toto loves his song, so if he tries playing it, Toto would want to dance to it. And the thought of the monkey being sad about having only one leg made him finalize his decision. After listening to him, Ojin pauses and thinks something up. Later at the Duke's castle, Astrid learns from one of his servants that Olus is still in the region, and he's glad that he hasn't left. As he wonders if he can hear Olus' music once more, the servant tells him that the monkey, who used to dance with him, has gotten injured so he can't dance anymore. The Duke feels sad for Toto, but then informs his men that he loved Ola's music more than Toto's dancing, because despite Ola not having any flashy techniques, there was something about his music that touched people's hearts. For that reason, he'll want to hear it again. So he sends his messenger to reach out to Ola's and perform at the birthday celebration. Surprised that he got invited, Ola's tries to tell them about Toto's condition, but the messenger tells him the Duke is aware, and the Duke's performance alone would suffice. He expects a positive response, and even offers to pay whatever Ola's wishes. Pio immediately rejoices, hoping that Ola's will take the deal, because if he does, he can use the money to take Toto back to their hometown. Unfortunately, Ola's glances at the monkey before rejecting the offer. Oyen, who can tell why, then offers to make sure Toto can dance. Surprised, Ola's wonders what Ojin is spouting, because no matter his specialty in health science, it doesn't seem possible to create a leg. So he asks Ojin how, and Ojin confesses that he can't create an actual leg, but there are plenty of ways to dance, even without a leg. With that, he tells Olus to leave it to him. The Duke's birthday eventually arrives, and Ogen is crowded by female guests, who praise him for recognizing Lulu's pregnancy. At a a glance, and saving the Duchess from being swallowed by a snake. With his bare hands Adrian, who wants all the heat from the silks, because the rumors got it wrong, and he was the one involved in both cases. By the time Marianne sees him, she acts like a mother hen, by protecting him from the other ladies, and especially taking him to his seat. By the time the Duke arrives at the hall, everyone greets him with a happy birthday, and he welcomes and thanks them for coming. With that, he commences the party by having Olus play for him. At the banquet, upon seeing Olus, the people murmur, having recognized him as the beggar in the market. They also talk about his monkey missing a leg, and they say Astrid's compassion is excessive. As Ulysses holds the bow and prepares to start playing, his hands start trembling, but then he calms himself and promises to give his best performance. For Toto's sake, the music captivates the audience, and once Toto recognizes the song, he jumps down and Marianne finally gets to see him. To their surprise, it stands up and they wonder how, but just then it showcases its prosthetic, and they are shocked to see the metal foot. The Duchess immediately concludes that it's Ogen's work, because she could sense he was extraordinary. During Lulu's case, she tells Astrid that Ogen is called the spirit of healing, and he was rumored to possess the skill to bring dead animals back to life. After witnessing the monkeys dance with the prosthetic, the Duchess immediately believes the rumors. Ocean, on the other hand, is glad that Toto has completely adapted to the prosthetic, and his movements are so natural. He notes that it was tough creating the exact size without a 3-day printer, and admits that the blacksmith is quite impressive, so he should give him a bonus. Olaf can't believe his eyes as he watches Toto dance freely, and he notes that it's like they have returned to the happy times in the past. He sheds a tear while playing and thanks Ogen, and others who also listen to his music cry to it, noting that it's cheerful, but they can't explain why tears are falling. With that, Olus and Toto complete their score, and they are applauded by the audience. Even the Duke joins in, and calls it the best performance he's ever seen, and this makes Olus very happy. After the successful performance, Olus was heavily rewarded, and thanks to that, he and Toto finally left for their dream hometown. But before they left, Oyen handed Olus the prosthetic leg blueprints, and asked him to show it to a skilled blacksmith. If any problem arose and if Olus can't find one, he should contact him. Touched by Oyen's kindness, Olus bows tearfully and vows not to forget his kindness for the rest of his life, because Oyen is his life's benefactor. Back in the smart farm, Pio praises Ogen for not collecting a penny from Olus, and she notes that the prosthetic production must have cost quite a bit, but then she wonders if he's struggling with the recent Mandrake barn expansion, and Selena then tells her not to worry about that, and it gets Pio curious. Meanwhile, ever since the Duke's birthday, Ogen has been getting customers, pleading to help him fix their pets' feet. In one of the cases, one of the nobles who visited vows to give Ogen anything he wants, ranging from a grand castle to the most beautiful woman, if he can get his pet walking again. Thanks to that, Ogen won't experience financial drawbacks. Later that day, Ogen shivers from the intense cold, and he asks Selena when the harsh winter will end. She tells him that it should have been over, but in cases like this it'll take 2 to 3 weeks. Later that evening, he takes some firewood to the barn to light them up, to prevent his mandrakes from freezing. But when he gets there, he hears noise coming from the place, and to his surprise, he sees lots of animals hiding in the barn. Meanwhile, the elves travel to the western forest of the Belmore region, and they notice that the trail they are after ends there. They wonder if the creature ran out of energy, or maybe found its target, so they decide to continue searching to be safe. That night, Ogen screams after seeing different animals in his barn, and he even wonders if he's on Noah's Ark. He sees bats and snakes, and tries to stop them from ruining his barn. Even the herbivores eat his mandrakes, and as he struggles to stop them, Selena shows up cold and calculating as usual, and tells him it's a common phenomenon in their world. Whenever the weather is harsh, animals would barge into barns to take shelter, and even attack livestock or warehouses. In severe conditions, she informs Ogen that an entire year's worth of crops gets wiped out. He refuses to let that be, and exclaims that he needs to chase them out, but since the weather is too cold for that, Ogen is too soft-hearted to let them suffer. So during his precious day off from the hospital, he does manual labor alongside Adrian, who's pissed that a noble has to suffer in the cold. As he whines about getting his coat stained, Selena, who is carrying a ton of chopped wood, tells him to move aside. When he sees a puddle right in front of her, he throws his precious coat on it, to have her walk over it, and she does it stoically. So he grins while seeing that he was useful to her. Ogon simply observes from the sidelines, and notes that Adrian is truly finished. P.O. and the other staff also gave up their vacation, and they joined in working day and night, in making wild animal cold shelter. They built the shelter so well, to prevent wind from breaking in, and also a magical heat regulator, to ensure the animals are warm. Lastly, the workers added food so the animals won't stay hungry. And as they marvel at their completed work, lots of animals storm into the two tents, and within 10 minutes they empty the food. Ogen then restocks their food generously, but in the next 30 minutes, they run out of food again. That's when he notices the animal queuing up to eat, and he realizes that he'll go broke if they continue this way. Adrian makes fun of him by saying, they'll empty the gold from the safe, with the way things are progressing. But then, Ocean agrees and says he'll start with Adrian's salary. Suddenly Pa calls his attention, and he notices a huge cart filled with supplies, and from the note on it they learned that it's Marianne's method of contribution. Ajin is delighted, but then P.O. informs him that Baron Belmore has also sent more supplies, but before they realize it, a lot of wood and food supplies start pouring in from different people, to the point that Ajin admits that it's enough. Thanks to the supplies, they built 2 more shelter tents, and the place ended up looking like a temporary rescue center, and Max and his fellow dogs decide to guard the place, hence securing the premises. Owen orders them to sit by the stove, and as he happily watches their contribution, he notes that he used to volunteer at an animal shelter during his college days, and it was hard work, but they eventually ran out of finances to continue the operation back then. There was nothing he could do but watch, and that was when he decided that when he became a vet, someday he would open a shelter for animals. With nowhere to go, he explains to Selena that he never fulfilled the dream, because he was on the verge of closing the hospital. He was running. He wondered if it was greed, or if running a hospital was beyond his abilities. And it was while he was worrying that he suddenly got summoned into this world. And it's over here he went through all sorts of things. And it's thanks to that he can fulfill his dream. As he attends to the animals, he notes that he'll have to go back to his world someday, but still he's glad he came to this world. With that, he tells all the animals to sleep well. The following day is also very cold, and as Ajin checks the shelter, he sees Max hiding in the big barrack. So he goes to check it out, and he runs into Selena, who joins him and discovers a baby deer in the tent.